24 on 24 gives me life, no other way to start the day. 24 on 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. Carve the place out for us, because no one was a vibe. Finally a show to love. Fuck it, we'll do it live. It's not lonely at the top, 'cause everyone's right here. For us there's no hard stop. Forever in your ear. 24 on 24 gives me life, no other way to start the day. 24 on 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. Copy me, I know you will. I do it first every time. Your shit is stale, no one cares, but he's gonna shine. I'm just a baby. Your dad loves me more. I say what everyone is thinking. Typical forever hard. 24 on 24 gives me life, no other way to start the day. 24 on 24 makes it right. We don't care what they say. No more repos, mama got a bag. I do what I please and do it with ease. Number one show in all the land. Haters listen longer. Everyone say hi to Jim. Let's lock in. It's time to ride. Pack Ford over everybody. Now, 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 now. Now, 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 now. Now, 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 now. Love for my besties and bunnies.
All right, hi, welcome to 24 on 24. I'm your host, Steph Machado. Yeah, I know I'm late. I know. Good morning. We had a little bit of a late start today. I apologize for those of you who depend on a 7:30, 7:35 start time. I set my alarm like I always do, but as you know, Georgia has no morning work on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So there's no like hard time limit like to get up, right? So I casually just hit my alarm and rolled back over and fell back asleep. So unfortunately, I'm a little bit behind today. Good morning. Thanks for joining me. This is 24 on 24. It's the #1 show in all of the land. We are mourning a double loss. We're going on a field trip, but we are stopping at a location. I think that only takes cash. So let me grab a quick 20 from the ATM just in case. Talk amongst yourselves. can't get close to the ATM here. For whatever reason, this car just, I don't know how cars, like my husband doesn't even do it either. He thinks it's too far away. All right, good morning. So I'm so sad. Portugal lost. Ronaldo's dreams were shattered, heartbreaking. I understood the meaning of how bad it was. And then Jeff looked over at me and was like, we're never going to see him play in a World Cup again. That just was a kick to the gut. Couldn't really get over that. We only had a couple of hours in between that and the start of the United States game. And then the United States ended their tournament run as well. Not equally as devastating as the loss of Portugal, but just both. We ran through these scenarios yesterday. This was one of the possible scenarios that this would happen. Unfortunately, the United States team played the worst I've seen all tournament. It's been a sham the whole time because this was just, I don't even know what happened. I mean, I can't remember if it was the third goal against them came. Oh shit, I almost just passed the fucking turn. It came because the goalkeeper just like came out of the box and it was just, what a mess. All right, we got to go in here together. Stand by. Maybe they do take debit. I can't remember. I don't know. Let's go. Are they closed? Oh my God. They're closed on Tuesdays. Ugh. Okay. Stand by. Jessica, you're a loser. We're trying to go get pastries.
The virus on television, we got to watch True Blood, which is the most ridiculous.
Stop that. All right, let's find a new location. Plug this in. Well, next up is Society, so let's go to Society. Yeah, so United States played terribly. Portugal played fine. They lost only 1-0. A better game, but a frustrating game nonetheless. Least, and just like that, I am no longer interested in the World Cup. That's it. It's only been my whole identity for the past 3 weeks, and now I just whatever. What is there? Some sort of like World Championship soccer tournament going on? Beats me. Don't care. Don't care. If France wins, we riot. Okay, Meowser will not allow it. He does not like France. So we are going to have to, I don't know. It's just, also, I'm sad, like the social part of it is gone. We've had family group texts going. We've gone out with my children to go watch the game. Jack and Georgia have watched games with us at home. Like, just boo. All around, boo. So it's just, it's demoralizing, quite honestly.
Hi, welcome to Society. I'm for you today.
Hi, can I do a large iced white chocolate pistachio made with whole milk?
All right, email
That's it today.
749.
Thank you. Georgia is home today, so I'm sure at some point she is going to call me and look for breakfast. But we have 2 stops today. And the second one might take a little bit longer. So I'll take you along with me as far and as long as I can. So anyway, so that's it. Soccer's over. I did have an agenda, but I didn't post it. Let me see if I can see where I saved it. Okay. Reminders for Tuesday, National Enquirer, mean tweets, phone calls. Thank you, Misty. We have to go on the road today. This is supposed to be a studio show. I'm not sure. We also have an unboxing that we need to do. I got a box. I got boxes, I think, from Jessica Walsh, I'm sure, because yesterday she said confirm. So I think I know what those are. But then a random box came yesterday. And I don't know what's in that. So I'd like to try to get to an unboxing, but I just don't know exactly the timing of things. So we're gonna get coffee. We've got to stop. I don't know. Wars. I did jump into the Harbor Lounge last night. It was actually it was a vibe in there. Lots of it was funny. It was a good time. I was off my phone for the most part last night, so I don't know if there were any lives or anything like that. I don't know. I know some people complain about the pauses and things like that, but it's really just kind of how things go when I'm doing the show in the morning, especially if I'm in the car. It's weird. It's not for everybody. You know what I mean? I don't know what else to say about that. There's a lady on the internet that's in my algorithm that I don't know I couldn't tell you the name of her channel. I'm sure somebody could, but I bet you've seen it, or maybe you haven't. Maybe my algorithm is just bizarrely like my own, but there's a lady who lives in the jungle. Hear me out on this. She lives in the jungle. And sometimes you'll see her husband, but she basically shows you. The first video I ever saw of her was she was washing her clothes in some sort of a creek, and she has an interesting accent. I don't know what she is. I can't figure. I don't know. I could do some research on it, but I don't want to get that deep. But she was like washing her clothes, and she was like, when I was a kid, this is how we would do it. And she was like washing her clothes in the creek and then in a bucket, and like her kids were in the water. And then she's like, and now we're going to go for a swim. And they went for a swim in this creek. And I don't know where these people live. Then the videos started popping up because naturally now I follow her. You've got my attention, ma'am. You've got my attention. So now these videos are popping up much more frequently. The inside of her house at first, I was taken aback by it because like it's a lot of like cement and very sparse decorations. But she has a high functioning kitchen and everything like that. This morning on my algorithm, she was making smoothies. I think she has three boys and then a baby. I'm not sure. It sounds like it's all boys. I don't know exactly the details, but the other video that I saw last night, I'm not kidding you. This woman is like, we grow rice and we have to take the rice out of its like, what's the term she used? But like the rice that we consume is actually inside like another type of like shell. So she's got this like big wooden thing. She shows you the rice and then she uses this big mallet to crush the rice. And as she crushes the rice, however gently, but however strong, it removes the outer layer of the rice, right? And then what she does is she has to let me get ready because I'm next. Then she has to sift out the debris so that the regular rice remains. And how she did it is crazy. She wins the rice. So she takes one bowl with the rice and all the stuff in it, and she puts another bowl in underneath it, and she tips the bowl with the rice and all the waste and walks around. Good morning. All set. I'll take a straw today. Thank you. Have a great day. You too. So, she wins the rice. So she walks around the yard and she pours the rice out. And however she does it, the rice is heavier than the waste. So the rice falls into the bowl as she's walking, and then the debris just falls into the yard. all while kids are following her and like grabbing at her legs. And she does this 3 times. And then at the end, she goes, and here's the rice we're going to use for dinner. Now, I feel like we are spoiled when it comes to these people who are content creators, right? They Avi give us an abbreviated version of what really happens for every single solitary process. No matter what the process is, it's always short and edited or whatever. I gotta give this woman credit. She's like, you want to see how we fucking grow rice? You're going to see how we grow rice. And I'm going, ma'am, this took you a very, very long time. At that point, I was starting to feel anti-homesteading. And I was like, this is too much. Too much. We can't do this. Her videos are crazy. I don't know. I'm in. Now I'm locked in. It's very different than Ballerina Farm. Ballerina Farm is less feral. Same premise. I mean, this woman, she's like, okay, we're going to have chicken for dinner. And she goes outside and she goes, oh yeah, this one. She picks it up and she's like, and over here is where we're going to do the plucking. Thankfully, she cuts the camera out during the murder, but she murders the chicken. No problems with this. I have no problems with this. I'm just saying it's very rare to see a content creator like just be so in depth. Like she doesn't care about time. Her videos aren't like 1 minute long. They're like many, many, many minutes long. But yeah, she murders the chicken, plucks the chicken, cuts the chicken. I mean, the whole thing. I've watched many chicken processing videos. I feel like the more I watch it, hopefully it will desensitize me to the murder and then I'm okay with it. Because that's what happens when we get chicken anywhere, whether it's at home or whatever. Like, I just like to remind myself of the brutality of what happens when I eat. So if there's ever a homestead video where they're taking care of a chicken, I'm okay with it. But somebody had videos of bunnies. I'm not okay with that. Oh, I know what it was. There's a homestead lady that I follow, and she's out in, I feel like maybe Washington or something. There was a fire. But I used to watch her videos. She used to she had bunnies. They raised bunnies for meat and goats, and everything on the homestead died because they got a wildfire. And leading up to the wildfire, like she was doing content and she's like, oh, thank goodness for these people that are pouring water everywhere and keeping the wildfire at bay. And then like 2 days later, she's like on the property and everything is gone. And I was like, it was very unexpected, but that's life. But it was terrible to watch. But anyway, they raised the bunnies there. So anyway, that lady, it's got me. So Georgia's off today. Jack is working. Mima wanted her room changed around for the season. And she solicited TT on the day of 4th of July or the day before TT was there, I think, because we moved the bed, but she needed some extra things. So TT finished it, but it's still an ever evolving transition. And yesterday, I think we finally finished the last of it. We also cleaned out the air split that she has on her side to get that going. And she's out for the day. I have no idea where she is. She's like, I'm going out for the day. I'll be back later. She is over the shingles. Hold on 1 second. She's over the shingles, so she's feeling better. And then I think just because she was in the house for like 3 weeks, she was already feeling antsy anyway. But she went out last night, and then she went out. She's out all day today. So Mima is over the shingles and feeling much better. Now, normally during the summer, we have a timeshare down the Cape in Mashpee. And here's how the Mashpee timeshare came to be. Where can I go here? All right, let me think about it. I haven't been this way. I don't know. All right. So many, many, many years ago, Ron and I were together, and a friend of ours gifted us this timeshare down the Cape. Now, Ron was not a big vacationer. He was married to the game, essentially, right? We owned multiple businesses, and we just never vacationed. Could not take the time off. Maybe a night away or something like that. But we went to Disney with Julia when she was 3. But we never went on vacation, and we were just too busy. You know what I mean? So we never went on vacation. Ron wasn't big into vacation at that time. So they gave us this timeshare, and we were like, we're never going to use it. And so we went for a couple days out of the week, and then Ron and I separated, and I couldn't afford the timeshare at the time. And I was young. I was 25. I didn't really know what I was doing. So I made the suggestion to gift it to my mother and my grandmother. My grandmother was alive. And so my mother could always kind of host the family down there or whatever. So you have to sell your timeshare, I guess. I vaguely remember it. I don't know how that goes. But anyway, so we gave it to my mom. But for 25, 26 years, we've gone down there every single year. There was only one year that we didn't go down there. From what I remember, that's crazy to even think about. But my mom was dating somebody, and TT and I did not like him. We didn't like him. And so we were fighting that year. And we had some problems. It's a bad time. Don't want to talk about that too much. But ultimately, my mother went down that year with him and not us. And so that was the only year we ever missed. And so this year, here, let me back up. The week that we have scheduled is, I believe, it's the 3rd week in June. Now, prior to me having a child in school, that week was not problematic for us in any way, right? Julia was a baby. She was also my only child. So we just went during that week. But when Julia became 5 and started kindergarten, I also had Jack. And all of a sudden, just going during a random school week or what would be the last week of school was a problem. So we couldn't go that week. However, 20 years ago, this was a privately owned timeshare company. So we would, where am I going to go here? I just got to think about this. Let's just go up this way. There was no issue of just exchanging the week. It was very easy. We would just call and they would change it, and then that's it. So for years and years and years, we always went whenever. Usually 4th of July. We'd spend 4th of July down there because it was no issue whatsoever. But I'm going to say right around COVID, it sold or got bought by a bigger company, and they stopped allowing those changes. So it was harder for us to go for the week because we were locked in on this week. The kids were in school. So for the past couple of years, we've only just gone maybe even on a weekend, like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday or something like that. Kind of sucked. And so this year is actually the last year that we would have been impacted by that week. All of these years, we've always had somebody in school. And now Georgia will be a senior this year. She gets out and graduates in May. So starting next year, we are back to having no restrictions, and we can go down the Cape as we are scheduled with no problem. This year, however, was still an issue. And because we were already down there for the wedding at the same location, we stayed down there. We weren't going to be able to go the week that we had scheduled, which was like the third week of June. So Mima has informed me that she got them to break up the 7 nights over the course of 2 weekends in the fall. So she made this unilateral decision with no conversations between any of us. I am not sure TT is even going to be able to attend. I do not know the other children's schedules, but we are locked into 2 different weekends, and I'm not really thrilled about that. I feel like everything's negotiable, and towards the end of the summer, it's possible maybe a week would pop up or something like that, but it's neither here nor there. We're stuck with these 2 weekends now that we have. So this is unfortunately a year where we're not going to have a summer vacation down the Cape or whatever. Georgia doesn't want any vacations anyway. She's over it. So anyway, I was just talking about Mima, with Mima about that this morning. And I asked her for the dates and she can't remember. I feel like it's Columbus Day weekend and Labor Day weekend. That sounds about right, but I can't be sure. So I don't know if TT's listening. TT's back at work today, but, oh shoot. I literally just was pulling up into this parking space. Oh my God, why are all these bakeries closed? What's happening? I don't want to go to Christopher's because he's expensive. I want to get more for my money. It's good, but I need to get some things. All right, hold on. I'm gonna turn around. So I don't know if TT's here, but I gotta inform TT of it and see if TT can finagle it. TT, when she goes down the Cape, is funny. She gets a cocktail as soon as she gets there. Oh, a lot of places take. You're right. You're right. All right, we might need to rethink this. Does anybody know just a simple term? I'm not going to Google it. Of course I could, but I'm just thinking about it right now because there's one in front of me. What's the difference between diesel and gasoline? Like, what was the purpose of it? You know what I mean? Georgia asked me that yesterday because we passed a car and I was like, oh, that's an old Mercedes. And Ron used to have one of those, but he hated it because it was diesel. Does anybody know? Hold on, let's go in here together. Number one, showing all the land. I'm just a baby. Four hot Cheetos, 4 jumbo puffs, 4 cheese. Doesn't matter what ones. Is that okay? Whatever you want to do. Perfect. Thank you. Thank you.
198. It's 8 and 2 for you.
Throw it in. Thank you.
You're gonna have to remind me of the phone.
I was going to say, it's been a while.
It's been a lot.
I got it. Thank you. I don't know where anybody is, but it's pouring here today. Give me a minute. Okay. I don't know what it is, but every single time I come to this place, which is not often, there is always like 4 guys out here just smoking cigarettes. I don't know what they're doing. It's always, maybe it's a club, maybe some sort of gathering or something like that. I don't mind that it's raining today. Obviously, after the heat, we're good with it. I am sad about not being able to get as much of. I had this crazy notion years ago that could you get in Massachusetts or in Somerset, wherever, because obviously location matters. Is it possible to get 100 pool days out of a pool in a year? And I used to think, of course, right? But actually not really. You know what I mean? Like we tried it one year. We didn't even come close. And that's why I was like always crazy about ensuring that the pool was ready to go by Memorial Day weekend. Because like if there just so happened to be a hot day, then we were trying to like add that to the 100. But I don't think you can get 100 pool days up in Massachusetts. I just don't think so. I haven't counted yet this year. I have to go back, but we obviously, this year's a wash. We started late. We didn't have the pool ready before Memorial Day because we were in wedding mode. It took Jeff a couple tries to get the water just right this year. I don't know exactly what's going on. Last year, we bought a whole new filter, like a whole new sand filter, a whole new pump and everything. It worked wonderfully. I just let Jeff do what he wants with the pool. I try to stay out of it because it's his territory. I definitely think it takes, I used to say he had it down to a science, but this year I felt like he was winging it. This year I felt like it was like I don't even know what it was. It was like just guessing. I'm not sure. I stay out of it. But we're definitely not getting 100 pool days out of it this year. So then it's kind of like, is it worth it? Yeah, of course, but. All right. Okay. I don't know what's going on with this air conditioning. I feel like the AC button isn't even on. I'm like looking and I'm touching all the buttons. I'm like, why is this AC not cold? the AC button is not actually pressed. All right. Anyway, back to business. Okay. So, I'm in a little bit of a mood. And I'm off X, which has just been the best thing. Took me a long time to get there. We've gone through a transition for X. At first, it was let's go have somebody manage it for me. So I had somebody that was going on, keeping it going or whatever. That was like a week. Then I went back to it and I was like, fine, I can handle it. And then I can't remember exactly what attack on me occurred, but I just felt like it was not healthy mentally to be on there. This was a lot of like thinking about this and fuck, I should have turned there. Now I got to go all the way down this way, which sucks. So I don't know. I don't want to be on X. I also felt that I was being provoked or I was dealing with those. I want to combat even the smallest of statements. Now, I wasn't even like looking at the account size or anything. I would see something and I would be like, I'm going to counterpoint that. And then I'm going, now it's stupid. And I'm also emotionally tweeting and I don't want that either. I never emotionally tweet. My Twitter account is probably and was the most professional part about me. I was very reserved on there. There was very few comments about like, say, the height of like when Jen Altman was posting about me, I very rarely addressed it on there. On my show, often, but on Twitter, I just kind of felt like we used that space for the journalism. And so I was just getting too emotional and it wasn't working the way it used to. And so I got off of it. However, I've found over the past like 24, 48 hours, my absence on Twitter is like a vacuum, which is allowing people to like carry some of these statements and things that are being made are just so egregious. And I'm back in the headspace I was over the swatting situation, like very frustrated, following over to my home, just getting aggravated and angry about people that are making statements that just don't have, some are full out false, some are being misconstrued completely. I saw a story I told about a dress and a necklace, about somebody not returning it to me. Somebody attributed that to me, that I took a dress from someone or whatever. And I was like, that isn't even about me. That somebody did that to me. And the worst thing I did was I said, if you see anybody saying anything about the Veterans Association, send me a screenshot, because that bothered me. And it was the swatting thing too. I wanted to keep a file of the accusations about the swatting and stuff like that. And then I got me frustrated because I got a ton of messages. I also got messages from people who were just like, oh, I know you said just to send you about this, but while we're at it, let me send you this. And I'm like, I don't want to see it. Like, I don't want to see these things like about Aiden or whatever. Like, I'm not doing it. They made Maple Street a one-way? What? PT. I don't even know. I just went to go up the street that I used to live on and it's a one-way. So I don't even know what's happening. Okay. Jesus Christ. Who's making these decisions in Fall River, out of curiosity? Jesus Christ. I couldn't really believe that, actually. So anyway, I was getting very frustrated with some things and almost reactivated. And then I was like, let's just stay off, because I know what's going to happen. I'm going to start getting into fights with everybody. Valhalla had messaged me, I guess, when I was on a show and was asking about the Charlie Kirk stuff. And I responded to his email. And then I think I talked about it on whatever show I was on or whatever. And then he followed back with that message when I was on 24 on 24 yesterday. And at first I was like, yeah, I'm going to respond. But then I was kind of like, why am I responding to this? Like, I kind of got mad about it. I was like, what the fuck? So I guess I said something about cash and then digital payment. And he was like, I'm looking for clarification of that. And I was also kind of like, who the fuck are you? Like the first time I was just like, okay. And my experience with him when he came on my show or I went on his show, I can't remember what it was fine. And I had people chirping in my ear that Valhalla is like a great guy. So, and by people, I meant Jessica Walsh. Jessica Walsh was like, listen, Valhalla's good people. And I was like, got it. Okay. So I think we had a good interaction. Oh, it was about the fucking swatting. So, you know, my first email exchange with him, I was fine with it. But then the second one, I kind of got fucking pissed off about it. And I was like, dude, I don't know, like, fine. So I'm like, I'm going to respond to him eventually. And in the meantime, and I don't know if it's because I didn't respond to him. I don't know how it works out there. This whole thing is now, somebody sent me a screenshot of the Glairer saying, just pocketed all of that Charlie Kirk sweatshirt money. And that particular one just got me because here's Will, just, you know, whatever. Now, one could say, because of my statements I made about Baker during or after his live stream where he talked about sex with his neighbor's daughter and my interpretation of his statements, this has, and my statements about that, this has riled up the base again. And it seems to be that it doesn't matter. That's not true. It seems to be there is a cause and an effect to everything. The cause is if I talk about Baker, there will be an effect. Okay. Now, at first, I was upset about that, dealing with what was happening originally, these very first days of this shit. Then I went through the healing process. Then I was like in the defiant mode where I was just like, fuck them. Now I'm coming back, right? You're not going to get me. Then I was in the, let's just make a joke about this mode, right? We're going to make a fucking song about it. Who cares? Like, we're not taking it that seriously. Now we're back into the, whatever mode this is, where it's very obvious that this man is very sensitive to anything and everything. If I've underestimated him in any way, that would be it. There are people who get shit talked every day on the internet and they never react in the manners in which this guy has reacted to things. It's very obvious that the smallest of slights impacts him greatly. And the more egregious the statement, the more he reacts, the more he gets others to react or influences others to react. And it turns into a way bigger thing. So we're going to make a commitment today to recognize that all of the things that are happening to me right now from Baker and his people are because of my own actions and words. We cannot change his fragile ego. That cannot change. But we can change what I say and do. And as much as I want to continue the big fuck you to him and saying whatever I want, how much am I going to take from a massive group of people who really want to defend him? What's the end game here? This swatting thing is still hanging over my head. I can't get anywhere with it. The amount of time I'm spending on it, and that's still out there. And I see when people are still talking, it's bothersome to me. I can't let that go. I can't let it go. I can't let the Veterans Agency thing go. I can't let it go. This is being brought up again, and this is easier to deal with than the swatting call thing. But it's very obvious that his ego has to be protected at all costs. That's what we've been dealing with. I very much underestimated that. I think I've been in an arena, and say what you will about LTL, for example, he went through it, but basically on his own. He had his issues. He dealt with it. He handled it. And then he just went about his business. This is very different. So I underestimated that completely. I'm getting exhausted. Yesterday was one of the first days I had my camera on and we were kind of doing, joking around, and it was a lighter show. I missed that. I realized how much of my content has been this. Now, that doesn't mean I haven't heard from other people telling me this. I've definitely had followers and fans, which we're not allowed to use anymore, talk about it and say, get away from this. I always say everything has to be organic. When I stop talking about things will come. Can I go around this guy? Probably not. So I'm just getting tired. I also think some of my followers have hit their limit as well. Now, granted, just so you know, there are plenty of people who love this. There are plenty of followers who live and breathe for this drama. And I'm aware of that. I enjoy the drama too. Admittedly, I enjoy the drama more when it has nothing to do with me, but I also wasn't really big into the, I don't know. I'm not sure. But anyway, can I get around this? Everybody's kind of like, I don't think we can get around it. It's a garbage truck. So I thought that we could today try to handle a couple of things. So we are first going to make a stop over at our Bristol County Veterans Association and talk to Kimberly about my donation there. When I started to get a wind of the comments, I wasn't paying too much attention to them. I didn't care, but the will statement that I took all the money was kind of getting to me, and I was like, okay, I don't know. I just don't know why. So I started going through my messages between myself and the director, Kim, and I couldn't find them. And then early this morning, I checked my Facebook Messenger, and sure enough, they were in Messenger and not text. In those text exchange, which I will share after I pop in here, and there is no parking. You see an exchange between Kim and I from January of this year. I'm saying I'm trying to get over to meet you. But I know, like, I had called her and she wasn't there that day. So it was like after a couple of attempts to try to get over to see her, I couldn't. So there's a text message of me asking if there is a way that I could Venmo her. I thought I was asking to Venmo her. It was actually Kim that said I could Venmo them, and she directed me to the portal. So I have that text exchange between Kim and I, where I tell her this is the situation. I can't get to you. I can't get checks, so I would only have cash. She directed me to it. And then I don't know why it took me even longer, but then there's a day where I send her a message, and I get I send her a screenshot. You can't see it because the image isn't loading, but I'm assuming it's the screenshot that and I'm trying to actually download it, but it's not loading on my Facebook Messenger. Of my transactions. And then I ask her, or I say to her, or she says to me, I got it all. Thank you. So she confirms that they got it. She was able to check the portal. And then that was it. So that was back earlier this year. Now, I was talking to my team. That original screenshot, Erin put up her own like spreadsheet because she was trying to organize all of the stuff. That original screenshot had like $700, 706 or something like that. I don't know how we got all the way down to $4. And my message to Kim was like, I have $406, but it ends up being $4. I don't remember exactly what I calculated. I just did it the day that I was going to send it over to her. I don't remember how we got there. I do remember that someone ordered 2 sweatshirts, and this was very much in the beginning when I didn't I had never sold merch the way that I sold merch before. We didn't really know what we were doing. If you go back, there was like, baptism by fire with that Charlie Kirk stuff. I ended up refunding someone completely for their 2 sweatshirts, even though they ultimately ended up giving them. So I know at a minimum, there was like $110 that I just gave right back to that person. So I know that came off the top. I'm pretty sure I paid my fee for like Shopify and Printful, because it was really just so that I wasn't making a profit. And so I don't remember exactly what I got, how I whittled it down to that number, but there's no parking here. That number is what I got. I would have no reason to just like pocket, $150 or $200. Like I wouldn't. So I don't remember how I did it, but that was the final number that I got. Now, and I'm going to address this in a minute, but somebody emailed them and asked about this, and the email went to the main person for the Veterans Association, not the manager or the program director that's here every day, and the person that I've been dealing with for years, who is Kim. And then I'll say this. I know my followers who've been around for a long time know this, but I'll say it again. This Veterans Association, my partnership, is my own volunteer. When I say partnership, it's like I've done things for them before. Started many, many years ago. People who were part of the committee to recall Will Flanagan actually started a group. Joshua Silva was one of them. And I believe he lives actually on the same street as this, but further down. He organized a group to kind of come and do landscaping and to beautify this property. So on 2 different occasions, many years ago, I came out here to work for a day and to help clean. And it was here that I met the people behind the program, and I found out what they did. Obviously I lived in Fall River for years. I like everything. I didn't know. So it's when I first learned about this program. Occasionally, if I ever had any type of clothing donations or anything, I would come here. This was my go-to place. The reason for that is my father had come here on several occasions. My father was a Vietnam veteran, so I would come here and whatever. So fast forward to, I'm going to say within the past 5 or 6 years, it was definitely after COVID, or maybe right during COVID. I started following them on Facebook, and there was like a post about we need like bath products, toothpaste, soap, cleaning supplies. So I decided to organize like a fundraiser for them. And I just put the word out to my moms and everybody in Somerset that this is what we were looking for. And we got so much stuff. And it was great. And it was a lot of people who had never donated here before. So we ultimately ended up, over the course of like a week, we got all the stuff. We put it all in boxes. We came over. I think that was one of my first times like ever really talking to Kim. And we brought it over. Over the course of a couple of years, we've done that several times, sometimes with food. Another time we needed book bags. They also do a Sheroes events where they focus on female veterans. And one time Kim asked for help with gift baskets for all of the Sheroes. And I put a APB out for, that's not the right word, bat signal out. And I had a great group of people donated everything. And then we hosted at my house a bunch of moms that came over, and we put together 40 baskets for these people. So this is not an organization that's not known to me. I've also come by and dropped off food for them. They do lunch for veterans every single solitary day, I believe, except Fridays. And there's no cost to it. And they literally cook it all here. So sometimes I've popped in and just dropped off food if I was in the city, because I know that they can use it for the lunch. Kim is wonderful. She is such a hard worker. And she really kind of runs the day to day, which can be very stressful, especially when you have veterans with PTSD, homeless, coming in and out. It's rough. So the story behind the Charlie Kirk stuff is Charlie Kirk passed away and I wanted a Charlie Kirk sweatshirt. And I was like, oh, we can make it on our website, right? We had only used it one time. We tried to sell Bestie merch, but we sucked at it. We didn't know what we were doing. And so we designed it and we threw it up there. I never thought about anything other than that, other than I wanted a sweatshirt. And then I was like, well, maybe other people will want it. So then we put it up on the thing. Erin designed them, threw them up there. And then right afterwards, I was like, well, we can't make money off of this, but I didn't even really know how much money you can make. We had made no money off of like the few pieces of merch we had sold before that. Bestie headquarters was like just not a good thing back then. And so we sold a bunch of stuff and it got out of control. We didn't know how to run it. I didn't understand it. I made very clear statements about it. We didn't have any money to back all of those orders. So an order would come in and you would have to wait for the money to go into the account. I know that's not how like some people do merch, but like we just didn't know what we were doing. And it was really just a mess. It was more problems than what it was worth. And I regret ever doing it and opening it up to the public because it just turned into like a big headache and a big problem or whatever. So, some people were very upset that I didn't just donate the money to Turning Point USA, but I didn't know anything about them. They got a lot of money. I just was like, anytime I'm going to donate something, I donate to Bristol County Veterans Association. So I'm going to fucking go donate it there or whatever. And then when it was all said and done, I was like, this is where I'm going to go. And I never thought that it would turn into be so scrutinized. I've learned, especially with like other things that I've done, like when I not necessarily Jessica Walsh thing, but it was kind of in the same vein, is trying to help people, so to speak. It kind of turns into something else. And the real way to do this is to keep doing those things, but just not talk about them publicly, because there are people that don't like me. This won't be the last time something like this happens or I get scrutinized about things. It will not be the last. So I have to just be a little bit different about it. With that being said, there was an issue here where somebody, I don't know who, submitted a letter to these people and asked about a partnership to sell sweatshirts. Now, I haven't seen the original letter or email that they sent, but the response from the main director, like the big person at City Hall, was like, we have no partnership with this person. And that screenshot made its way everywhere, which started this huge fire of Jessica Machado scammed. I spoke with a board member there who said that he felt that the original email made it sound like we entered into a partnership. I think that that's the way it sounded. I haven't seen it, but the director knew nothing about this. The same way the director probably never knew about any of the other things I did. But the way that the letter was written that went released public, it sounded like this person had no idea who I was and also had never entered into an agreement. And that was being very much misinterpreted. And so I got frustrated with that back then. But also at the same time, I was like, it's not my problem. Like, if people want to interpret it that way, that's fine, but that's not what it is. And so now here we are in the realm of the Baker fragile ego era, and this is being regurgitated again. So we are going to go in to the Bristol County Veterans Association and go talk to Kimberly. The reason we stopped and got food is because I never walk in here without something in my hands. As I explained to you, they do food here every day. Today we got donuts and muffins because that's the best we could do. It was unexpected. But we're going to go talk to Kimberly
we're going to see if we can get on the phone or see if we can speak to the actual director, talk about the email. And we're going to see if Kimberly will print something up about my donation. I will ask her if I can share our interactions that we had. I don't want to post her messages. Kim is a good person and a hard worker. I don't want to drag her into this. So I'm going to mute you and go in and then talk a little bit. And then if I can talk with the camera on, I will, but we're going to private this. But in case anybody really wants to know, this is, you can't really see it, but this is where we are. Okay. All right. The second thing you need to know, let me say it before we get out. We are going to be heading to the FBI field office in Taunton when we are done here. We are going to speak with someone there in regards to the investigation into the swatting. Now, granted, the field office is the office I spoke to down in Knoxville area about this swatting thing. But we aren't getting anywhere with them. And so I was advised by a friend of mine that we have field offices. Let's go to the field office there, walk in and talk to someone about what is going on with this swatting thing and seeing if somebody can get something in writing to show where this call came from, where we are in the investigation with it, and also put that thing to bed too. So I don't really have a strategy with anything other than to say, listen, if we keep getting into these issues with people that are very much defensive of Broken Baker, then let's stop doing that. Okay. Because there is a certain, well, always me type mentality that's been happening because that's how it feels. But Jeffrey Machado said, why don't you just stop talking about him? And if it continues, then you can say something. And easier said than done, Jeffrey, but we will try that. So I'm very sorry. We're not going to be making any more songs and we're not going to talk about him anymore. Going forward today, I would like to ideally coordinate this with this issue here and also the swatting thing, because I believe the swatting thing is going to continue to kind of like follow me around. So we want to close that also. We're going to see if we can. But going forward, that man can just exist being the weirdo that we all know that he is. But I'm not going to discuss him anymore. And let's see what happens. Let's see how it goes. I suspect, in my opinion, the goalpost will be moved as it always has. I maintain I have every right to give my opinion on the internet about anybody. And I can. And I think for the people who say she can't handle it, I have handled it. I've done it. I've pushed through it. I've had ups and downs with it, just like everybody else, with a crazy pile-on that I don't think anybody has ever gotten other than Aiden. But I'm still fucking here. I'm still doing it. I hear from my followers. They want shows. I'm giving them. And I'm not white flagging here, but I'm also like listening to my husband here where he's like, just don't talk about him anymore. This whole month and a half of this bullshit is like all related to a man who just can't handle people saying bad things about him. And I couldn't agree. So I haven't had a chance to look at the chat. Is there anything I need to see before I kind of like mute you? Expert made a stupid ass song. Okay, good luck with that. They implied she was going to go to jail for 15 years. Oh, for the swatting. Yeah, the swatting thing was whatever. I'm just trying to scroll up and see what I can see. No song breaks. You think they made the whole swatting thing up? Or the... I've learned, especially the swatting thing was the first thing that made me realize how absolutely crazy something can be. It absolutely went insane. Just totally insane.
How somebody could take something that happened at an event and then attribute that to me and then basically say, you know what, prove it's not you is just the craziest thing in the world. Hold on one second. Okay. All right. So I can't read any further message. I want to go. I'm sitting in the car. I just want to get in. So I'm going to mute you. You know, I would have preferred it not be a pouring, raining day today. This is one of the last months they're going to be at this location. They're actually moving to a really great spot down the other end of the city, which is kind of sad, but also a good thing. This building is old and they have definitely outgrown it. So give me a minute. I'm going to mute you.
home health page. There's
That's
ladies.
what I was like,
So, hi guys. Welcome from Warwick.
All right. So apparently people are being, are inundating this location with, calls and emails. Kim was aware of the recent uptick in all of this. The, person who originally responded to the email, is the person that is kind of handling all of these calls. I won't speak for anybody, but staff seems frustrated, and it's unfortunate. So he is in a meeting, not here off-site. So I'm trying to contemplate whether I should just wait. She doesn't have any idea like how quickly he's coming back. This morning is what she said. She asked for my phone number so he could call me directly. So this is now turning into like this, I'm there and there's people coming in and like, it's just crazy that, I feel so bad for them. Whatever. Not whatever. I'm just saying like, let me just move past that. Kim's like, I know you donated. I said, I have message from you saying that you received it all. She said, I know. And I said, I just don't know what else to do about it. And she said, Ken wants to, handle it and, can he call you? And I said, yeah, can I wait? And she said, I just don't know when he's coming back sometime this morning. So I don't know if it's worth hanging around here. It's getting pretty busy in there or whatever. So I didn't want to hang out in there. You know what I mean? So there's a lot going on. So I don't know. I was hoping I could kind of like have this conversation. I did explain to her about that original email is just kind of like, showing no partnership. And on the surface, it just looks like, whatever. And, I'm not going to quote Kim, but she was like, I just don't understand why people would say there was a partnership. We never entered into a partnership. It's turned into like just making a simple donation to a place that I've made donations before. The internet and these people who hate me and who, I provoke with my own words is now turned into just such a stressful thing for them. And I feel very badly for it. And I'm sure everybody in the chat will say that's everybody else's problem there. It's them that did it, but I obviously feel like it's me. I just feel bad that I'm the one that caused all of that. So I'm feeling kind of shitty about all of that, actually.
So. Um, um, I just feel, I don't even know how I'm feeling right now. Um, whole thing is making me just never want to talk on the internet again. If that is like the goal and it was just like to, you know what I mean? Like that's how I'm feeling right now. Like, is any of this stuff worth any of this stuff? I don't know. I don't know. It's the first time I've ever done anything like that. Obviously, there's a way that I could have done this very differently. I could have made it a priority. I could have released a statement right afterwards. Obviously, if you say you're going to make a donation, people take that like very seriously. I probably thought about all of the semantics after the fact. I don't know, like I don't know. There's a way to do it, I guess. And just thinking actually, like Jimmy does fundraisers, and then I just realized he I don't know, did he show a check, or I don't remember what he did, but I think like you kind of have to be proactive, I guess, with everything, actually. Like you have to be proactive with all of the things. You can't just say something and then go back afterwards. You can't say, well, this is why I feel this way about Broken Baker. You got to come with the receipts first. You know what I mean? Or like you can't ever just say things on the internet. It's very, very different. And I'm learning that. He took shit to Jimmy, maybe the first time. I don't know. There is a first time for everything. I mean, I think about all of it, all of the things that I fucked up the first time I did my members only and I did that stupid mailing thing. I fucked up. Like if I would never do it again, but like if I had thought about it, and I never think things through. I never fucking think it through. I don't think anything through. I just go on and just do what I want. And then I'm just like, okay, yeah, we'll figure it out later. We'll figure it out as we go. I should have had somebody literally like taking names and addresses and all of those things right then and there. Never. And then put it and wrote it and put it right inside the fucking thing. I still have fucking packages sitting there. I don't even know the names of the people. I have no idea. Screen names don't match real names. Like I just so stupid. Would never do it again. Or if I did, there's obviously a way to do it. With selling stupid sweatshirts, would never do it that way. I would never do that again. I would just have people go to I don't know. There's no other, I should have never done it. It was so stupid. With the Baker stuff, you know what? I should have just never said anything. Just jumping in to fucking help Jess Walsh. I mean, I'm not saying anything against Jess, but I should have just never fucking said anything. If I had never done that, I would never be where I am today, which is in this like crazy space where when I open my phone
everybody is making fun of me, going at me, hyper fixated on everything I do, my family, all of the all of the all of the things about my husband and my kids, like that. When I talk about it because like I just Jesus, I like to talk about it. Hearing those things get like exploited and like ripped apart or like misconstrued. I obviously made a mistake sharing too much about my life. You know what I mean? Like that's an obvious mistake. I just fuck up and make so many mistakes, and I just like don't learn. Well, I'm not saying I don't learn. Just unfortunately. Now I want to get home. I want to go back and look in my computer. I want to see, how did I get to that 447 number? Did I calculate that wrong? Was there more that I should have given? Why did I land on that number? Now I'm trying to find the original screenshot that I have of, I can maybe do that. I might be able to I blocked out like the transaction numbers and everything, but didn't realize that that was the date. Can I go back and get that? Like just stupid decisions that end up getting just so misconstrued and exploited. And fine if it's on X, fine if it trickles onto my phone, but like walking in here and seeing Kim just being like, it's just been such a problem over the past 24 hours. And I'm like, these fucking people, man. Let me go back and look. I'm going to wait a little bit and see if he comes, and then, or I don't know if I should just not sit here and I should just head out to the other location. I also feel like I am constantly causing problems for my followers. I feel like you guys are just constantly having to defend me about words I say, things I do. Like, this is the next thing you guys got to defend me on, and we can't just exist here and have fun. Every time I open my mouth, I say something that causes someone to get upset and someone to cause problems for my followers, and that makes me very upset. You know, I am so laid back and lackadaisical with some things. I think, who cares? I'll get to it. It doesn't matter. You know, I could have gone here when there was nobody calling and asked for, you know, that director to speak on that email about the partnership. But I was like, it doesn't matter. Who cares? It was only a problem for a minute. Who cares? It's not that big of a deal. And now it turned into a big, why didn't on any one of the days where I don't have a job and I had nothing to do, why didn't I come over and have this conversation with them in advance to have that talk about it earlier? And now when the squeeze is on, now I'm coming here and adding to what they're already dealing with and feeling bad about all of that stuff. that what they're doing. You know what I mean? Um, you know, like the swatting thing, right? I literally remember thinking, I didn't fucking swat these people, so not my problem. Right? I was like, not my problem. That was the first time somebody sent me something about somebody talking about it. And then that turned into a bunch of people talking about it. Then people saying, you know, I hope she goes to jail. And then random people being like, I can't believe she would do that. And then people being like, oh yeah, I think it was you. Prove it wasn't you. And I'm going, so my mentality of like, what do I have to worry about? Nothing turned into, I guess I do have to worry about this, right? I do have to worry about this. And then I was so gung-ho about it. I was like doing all the investigative stuff, calling the owner, calling the police department, and doing all this stuff. And then I got lazy with that too. Then I was just like, fuck it, I don't care anymore. I don't want to deal with that. I'm so tired of chasing this fucking thing or whatever. And then you know, and then this thing happens and I start thinking about the swatting thing. And I was like, now that's still hanging over my head. I need to clear my name with that as well. I was hoping to have a conversation this morning. Kind of leave. I wanted something in writing to show I made this donation through that portal. But she was like, we can't do anything. It's all going through him. And I'm going, okay. And then that's when I was like, wait, how do you guys know about it? And she's like, we've been getting calls and emails. It's been a mess. And I was like, what? And then I just felt so bad because Kim just looked like, I don't know. I feel bad for Kim. I feel bad for anybody that's dealing with this because of me. Stupid. Who's him? So they have like all right, so here's the facility, right? This is them here. They have a day-to-day operation that runs here. And there's a woman by the name of Kim Wagner, or Carvalho Wagner, and Kim is the one that runs the day-to-day. The overall program has like a main director. I don't know what his I don't know what his last name is, but that guy got the original email. And he was just he just responded normally. And then I don't have it in front of me, but the way that he responded is like, we take these things very seriously, you know, like whatever. So it was, you know, he was responding in the like or whatever. But indeed, I had no partnership with this place. So anyway, let's wait here for a call for a minute more. One second. You haven't heard anyone talking about, I haven't heard, well, I'm not on X anymore. I haven't recently, like in several weeks, couple weeks, I haven't heard anything about the swatting, but I was still working on that. One of the things I was trying to do was get a copy of my non-emergency 911 calls. I don't even know if I updated anybody on that, but
So I sent an email asking for them. They responded and said, "Oh, can you put this request through the portal?" I did. I got an email back and they were saying, "We don't have record of those calls." I said, "Okay, here's a screenshot of the calls." I sent them to them and he said that that's a different office. They don't manage the calls there. They do it in a different office. So I needed to submit a request for my non-emergency calls to a completely different office, which I did. And I have not heard back. I'm thinking of what else I was trying to like prove. I put in a public records request for Jessica, you're looking at this backwards. Totally backwards. These people are trying to take you down by demanding you prove yourself innocent. That's not how it works. Ironically, there are some people who didn't pay things. Far more money than I am dealing with here. But love that for me. Give me a minute, please. I'm watching a man in front of me. There's a bunch of planted trees around this park. Each one of these trees has a bag on the bottom of it, and he's putting a hose in it, and he's filling the bag with water. Um, um, all right. Yeah, he's just filling all the trees with water. Why is everybody saying, let's go, Pat Ford? Where's Pat Ford going? What's he doing? I'm going to wait here until 10 o'clock, see if he comes back. If not, we're just going to wait. Can go over that hose. People are stopping because of the hose. We're going to war. Why? No. Did you see my thumbnail of me as a SEAL with the Sherlock Holmes hat on? I fucking died yesterday. I died when someone sent this to me. Battle stations. Holy shit. Okay, time to bring in some heavy hitters. Do you realize threatening such an entity can affect passports and homeland security? How stupid are these guys? This is a nice distraction for Turtle Boy and his tweet about Proctor. I'm not saying the tweet was bad, but it sure doesn't help Karen Reed out in her cases. What tweet about Proctor?
literally need to stop seeking out the criticism of you online and trying to disprove it all. That gets creators a thread on the farms. I don't know what the farms is, but you're right. I mean, it's the reason why I left X. I did feel like this particular thing was, I don't know, I know. So you guys are saying I should let both of these things go and not care about both of them. The one that's going to let Proctor off the hook from his depot, like the one from last week. Oh, what, like I don't want to start getting back involved in the Karen Reed civil thing because I'm going to be honest with you, it just doesn't, I don't know what Kiwi Farms is. What's Kiwi Farms? Isn't that a meme generating thing? Let it go. I know. I don't want to get back involved in the Karen Reed thing because I know I'm sitting here and I'm going, I'm trying to go into this building and get proof of me making a donation to a portal that I know that I made, that people are saying I didn't make, and everybody is stressed out and hear about it. And I'm going, why am I care because I feel bad or whatever. But then like, what else am I going to do? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what else to do. What is the Dollywood situation? That's the second time I've seen this in the chat. What is the Dollywood situation? Is that related to the event that was down there? Like when they all went down there? Stop, let me pause and ask a question. The Dollywood situation, was this when the baker was local, like recently, or is this like an old Dollywood situation? I know, I'm stressed out. I hear you. I actually was just thinking, I'm like, let me go in, let me say hi, let me be like, can you guys print out a fucking letter about this and clarify that? And then it was obvious that they've been dealing with it for the past 24 hours. And so then I came out feeling like so bad. There's nothing I can do. It won't be enough for them. Correct. Recent. What is the Dollywood incident? You guys are making it sound like a big serious thing. What happened? Please stop saying. I don't know, by the way, if those are the same people that said you had approved your husband was having, I had to prove my husband's. That reminds me, I put in a public records request for that. Let me call Somerset PD and ask about that. Because I put in a public records request for that 911 call. It was just, you know what? Like that was another, was it Valerie that was saying like that never, like people that, I get what you guys are saying, right? But think about that. I forgot about that. That was another thing that they said that I lied about. And I was like, I fucking want to prove people wrong. Like, fuck you guys. Let me call them. I wanted to say something about the swatting thing. I don't know if I updated you guys on this, but let me make this call first. And then I'm going to tell you about that when I spoke with someone at the, just hold on, stand by.
Dial 911. This line is recorded. For police, fire, or ambulance responses, or police-related services. For administration and billing, press 2. For records, press 3. For firearms licensing.
I don't think it's been.
You have reached the records division of the Somerset Police Department. Records requests can be submitted online by visiting www.somersetpd.org and clicking on the records tab located at the top of the screen. You can also email the records clerk at records@somersetpd.org. Please note, Mass General Law C-66 S10 allows 10 business days to fulfill report requests. When leaving a message, include your name, date of birth, and a phone number that you can be reached at, and we will return your your call as promptly as possible. After recording your message,
No. Can't do that. Hold on. Let's just call back and get a person. I'm looking through my email right now. I think that that's been past 10 days.
Somerset, Massachusetts Police Department. If this is an emergency, please hang up and dial 911. This line.
Hi, how are you? I submitted a request for something and I haven't heard back. I usually get a response, at least saying that I had submitted it. Is your records clerk available for me to just do a quick touch base? They're usually pretty prompt with it, and I never even received a response. So I'm wondering if it got lost in the shuffle or something, or. Okay, thanks. Yep. No, maybe not.
Ma'am?
Hi.
Hi. Okay, she's not at her desk right now.
Okay. You got it. What's her first name? Is it Melissa Reese? Okay, got it. Thank you. Yeah, I'll take her voicemail. Thanks.
This office is open Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 4 o'clock p.m., except on legal holidays. Please leave a detailed message, phone number to be reached at, return your call as promptly as possible. After recording your message,
Hi, Melissa. It's Jess Machado. I was just following up. I just actually took a peek. The email that I sent to you about requesting a 911 call is actually 9 days ago. So I don't know why it seemed like it was a while ago. Normally I get a response from you. So I was just checking to see if the audio is available, but no rush. I realize that I'm still under the threshold for response. So just touching base. Like I said, normally I get an email and I didn't see anything, so it had me curious, but I think we're good. Let me know if you have any questions. Phone number is 401-585-2402. Thanks. Bye. I'm just under the, it felt like it was a long time ago. Let's see. Yeah, I agree with this. That's it. I know nobody will admit that or whatever, but I view that to be the case. All right, so I'm trying to. Here's where I'm at. So here's where we're going to leave this. I'm going to wait for the director here to give me a call. I am confident that they will be able to. I actually don't know how they're going to handle it. I don't know if they feel like they need to handle it. I don't know if they feel like they're getting pissed off. The temperament I can't figure out. If I can go by just Kim, I feels like people are really fucking annoyed at the drama that these people are ensuing by contacting this place. So just actually, I'm glad I didn't release my messages between Kim and I, because I can see like this could cause her some problems. I sent those to the people on my team. I would have actually, if I had found those messages between Kim and I should have or would have released those first or sent them to Valhalla actually, but I didn't find them. I was looking in text and forgot that they were in Facebook Messenger. So I found those a little late, but now I won't put them because I don't want to put her name out there. But the messages between Kim and I could have probably shut everybody down, but I didn't do it. So we're not gonna wait or do any more with that. We'll wait for this guy to call me. That's fine. And then the swatting thing, now I'm feeling in a certain way, like I don't want to drive out to the field office, but maybe we should. I don't know. Let me think about that. So I was thinking yesterday, or I was talking about it, and I said, I was feeling like I wanted to write. I wanted to write something, and I was done with everything early last night, and I went upstairs and I got in front of my laptop and I wrote a Substack. Now, I wrote it, published it, and then went back and realized I had some grammatical errors. I usually run it through Grammarly, and I don't know what I was thinking. Maybe it was because it was late. I didn't run it through Grammarly. So I unpublished it, and I was like, this morning, I'm going to have to go back and let me see, where is it? Is it under drafts? Yes. So I'm going to have to go and I just got to run it through and edit it really quickly. Just some grammatical errors, but I'll read it to you. So I thought there was a good point to start it. Right? I thought there was a good point to start it. So this will be back up. Some people might have got it because you get emailed. But let me read you just this first chapter of what I wrote out. You put her name or job title. It's public. It's right on their website. All Kim's information is right on the website. She's in tons of pictures on their Facebook page. So just relax. All right. So chapter 1 is called Back to the Beginning. When the Sandy Hook shooting took place, I had a child in the same grade as the classroom that had most of its children murdered. I also had a younger child and an older child, all three in public school. Like many others, I felt sick to my stomach as I looked at the phone for updates on what had happened in Connecticut that December day. With each new media update came more devastating news, a new name, and more heartbreak. As time would have it, the following week, I was scheduled to be a parent volunteer at my son's classroom. It was getting close to Christmas, and the kids were making gingerbread houses out of milk cartons. As I entered the classroom, I began to cry. I thought of the children who had been doing the exact same thing the week before when they were murdered. I saw my own son and saw how small he was and how he could never defend himself in such a scenario. I never viewed schools the same way again. Sandy Hook changed me. Despite those feelings, for the most part, life went on with no real changes. Thoughts of tragedy entered my mind often, but beyond longer hugs before the kids boarded the bus, I never acted on anything. That all changed after the Parkland shooting. Another tragedy, but this time in a high school. X, or Twitter as it was called back then, had videos from inside the school taken by students who witnessed the events that day. By the time of this shooting, I had a child who was once again the same age as the students who had been killed. The videos showed classrooms that looked just like ours, girls crying who looked just like my daughter. Sandy Hook, the murders changed me, but this time I took, like Sandy Hook, those murders changed me, but this time I took action. I took to Facebook to start the conversation about safer schools, and there were other parents that were feeling the same way. Online, we spoke to each other and virtually gathered, sharing ideas and questions. There was a school committee meeting coming up the next week, and one parent suggested we attend and speak to the elected officials. That night, 24 parents filled the community room to express our concerns about locked doors, emergency plans, and school resource officers. For only the second time ever, I stood up and I addressed an elected body, sharing my concerns about the lack of preparedness for school shootings. They listened and seemed receptive to everyone. The work continued after the meeting. Parents gathered more information about how to make schools safe. One parent pointed to a local school district that boasted on its Facebook page of having a police officer at every one of their schools. Someone suggested we call the police department there to ask how it came to be, how it was funded, and some basic questions about the program. I volunteered. I spoke with their police chief, who was kind and very informative.
He shared with me plenty of information to take back to the parents and even offered to call our chief and give him details about their program. It was a great call, and I shared the information with the other parents. A day or two later, a small local radio station took notice of our mediocre activism and reached out to see if any parents wanted to join an afternoon show to talk about our new activism. I joined another mother and we agreed to go on the air. I was driving out to the radio station half an hour away when my phone rang. To my surprise, it was our then chief of police, George McNeil. I was taken aback by the call as I had never spoken to him before. Foolishly, I thought he was calling to wish me luck on the radio. McNeil was gruff on the line. He said he knew I was heading to the radio station to talk about school safety. Eagerly, I said yes and that I was excited. McNeil sharply stated, "Your child has a greater chance of being hit by lightning than by being shot at school." I instantly realized that this was not a friendly call. I stumbled through some of the words, trying to downplay my radio visit, but he cut me off. "I take offense to you calling another chief to ask about this." My brain did not compute why a police officer was seemingly angry about a parent talking about more police in schools. I tried to explain, but he cut me off again. "I'll be listening," and he hung up. I drove the rest of the way to the station wondering what had happened and honestly scared. My interview was weak, and I backed off much of what I had intended on saying, unable to shake McNeil's angry call. On the way home, my mind was still reeling over his words. I thought maybe he had some wrong information. Surely there was some mix-up. Soon after, things in my town began to change. There seemed to be resistance to our quest for safer schools. In an attempt to share more about our goals as parents, I attended my first Board of Selectmen meeting. I spoke about the need for more police officers and better locks on doors. I was nervous, but proud as I made my way back to my seat. Before I sat down, a member of the board addressed me publicly. Selectman Holly McNamara seemed, like McNeil, to be offended at my advocacy. "Just because your neighbor's house catches on fire doesn't mean everyone goes and buys their own fire truck," she said. My face was hot. I was embarrassed. For a second time, leaders in my community were pushing back on my wanting to make schools safer. It wouldn't be the last. I thought about just stepping aside, unsure what I was doing wrong, but not really wanting to find out. But the thought of my children being in buildings with no protection at what seemed to be the height of school shootings was just too much for me to ignore. With a group of other parents beside me, we pushed on. Over the next few months, I attended every single school committee meeting and spoke about funding new safety measures. Unexpectedly, I received countless messages from teachers sharing inside information about how truly unsafe they felt inside our schools. Armed with that knowledge, I continued to speak at meetings, no longer shy, demanding change. The pressure was too much, and the committee had no choice but to make swift changes. They voted to allocate funding for building upgrades like bulletproof vestibules, ID scanners to use on visitors, updated doors and locks, and the addition of a second full-time school resource officer. I was elated. One night, the matter of school safety was being discussed in the popular Our Town Somerset Facebook group. Like many communities, ours had an unofficial group page where everyone would post and comment on things from taxes to trash day. I was often in the group drumming up support for the school safety initiatives. On this particular post, I wrote about why we needed more police on our schools, and McNeil responded. In so many words, he told me to worry about parenting and leaving the policing to him. Right after, I was banned from the group, and so was my husband. While annoyed, I didn't care too much about the ban, but in the years to come, the group would be an important tool for damaging my reputation in my community, where anyone could say disparaging things about me and no one, including myself, was allowed to correct the narrative. Over time, the Facebook group would become a powerful weapon used by McNeil and elected officials to influence community members who dared to speak up and try to make change. Unwilling to be silenced, especially on matters relating to children, I doubled down on my activism. I decided to run for school committee. I had never run for office before, but my experience with the town elected officials and leaders made me question who was actually running the show. Common sense did not seem to be the default emotion, and politics commandeered the meetings. I told my family I wanted to get things done, and I didn't have the time to fight for it, so I wanted to be one of the people who made the decisions. I had the support, so I pulled my papers. I had experience working for local political campaigns in the past and had some basic knowledge of how things were done, so I hit the ground running and started with some printed yard signs. I knew, however, that signs don't vote, and I needed to get my platform out there.
I continue to attend and speak at meetings, post on social media, and inform parents in my own Facebook group about progress and ideas and initiatives. But over on Our Town Somerset, the fix was in. None of my posts were allowed in the group. Negative comments littered every post about me, and I wasn't allowed to defend myself. My first showing on the ballot earned me third place out of 3 candidates, with the top 2 earning seats. Overall, it was a polite campaign with no other issues. The men I lost to were kind and even took some of my suggestions to the committee. It was a loss, but it didn't sting. Over the next year, I continued to be a local activist in my town for all things school related. Once we got some school safety things out of the way, I started to speak up on budget line items, spending, policies, and school lunches. I realized how little effort was really being put in by parents to impact our schools, and I felt empowered to give my 2 cents on any and all matters that I found interesting. This newfound freedom of speaking up, however, came with a price. Often, I placed blame on the elected officials and school administrators who I felt were making bad decisions. At this point, I didn't know anyone in an elected role that liked me, but I didn't care. I was a citizen mama bear reminding those people who they worked for, us. With 3 children still enrolled in the school district and passionate that there was still work to be done, in January of 2020, I knew I would be running for school committee once again. This time, however, things went very differently. Subscribe and stay connected for Chapter 2, Somerset Snatch Donkey is Born. So that is, without too much background about Somerset and my life and all of those things, that is the precursor to what happened next, which was in 2020, I ran for school committee. And during my run for school committee is when Aiden published the article about me. And that's Chapter 2. So that's what I was named. I was named Somerset Snatch Donkey by Aiden. And I'm setting the tone for what comes next, which was this next chapter is really about, exactly what happens when you start to get a voice, when people start to listen to you and it goes against like what people want to happen. So first time around, I wasn't a real threat. I was a nobody who was just speaking up at meetings, and it was very easy for them to silence me in our community when really the only way to impact anything was virtually. So they just blocked me out of the group, wouldn't let anybody defend me, and it wasn't really that big of a deal. They didn't really need to do much. But the next year, I had more parents listening. I had a bigger group. I had my own Facebook page, and things really needed to change. And so one of the first things they did was they put together a bunch of old video clips of me, and then current issues, and sent it all over to Turtle Boy, and he published it. Never contacted me, never talked to me, and published it. And as you heard, the social media frenzy that ensued was terrible. By the way, they did that Our Town Somerset thing and blocked me out of there, but they had people in other communities that did the same. So in these Facebook groups, this story from Aiden went like wildfire, and nobody could talk about it. Nobody could respond. There was a fake Facebook profile, Nastasha Kamara, and that was the profile that was in all of these groups publishing everything, and nobody could do anything. And so that started us down a path of all of the things that happened that led to the restraining order. It led to my charges. It led to my arraignments. It led to me being out on bail. It led to the alleged violation of the restraining order and trying to get my bail revoked. All of those things. So I just thought it was, I've talked about it, but it hits differently when you write it and you organize it. And there's a lot more obviously to go. But I just thought it would be a good idea to kind of talk about it and get it out there. It felt good to write that. It was pretty easy. All right. So it's past 10 o'clock. We're going to, hold on one second. TT. But I also think it's time to like kind of like put that out there and write about it. And I like writing, and who doesn't like reading a good article? You know what I mean? Can I be honest with you? I don't want to drive. Oh,
Writing about your experiences is a fantastic way to
No.
process them and connect with others.
Stop.
What topic or angle do you want to start with for your first article?
Public shame.
Go for it.
No, I don't want to talk to you with my phone. So I have a Substack. It's Jess Machado Show. That's my Substack. I did take it down because I didn't edit it. So there's just a couple of grammatical punctuation errors that need to be managed. But you can go to my Substack, and as soon as I get home, I will publish it. What you can do is you can be a subscriber. It's free to be a subscriber. I have no paywalls. There's a paid monthly membership if you want to support it, but that's not necessary. All you need to do is just subscribe, and you put your email in, and anytime I publish on Substack, you get an automatic email that tells you when something is up and is new. So you don't have to do anything, never a paywall or anything like that. So just go over to Jess Machado Show Substack and put in your email, and then you will get notification when it gets republished. I just had to take it down. I didn't run it through Grammarly, and I recognized there was like 2 words in there that needed to be adjusted, if that makes sense to anybody. I saw someone say something about how Aiden took that article down. Yeah, he after we had spoken, not right afterwards, but a while later, after we knew each other a little bit longer, he offered to take it down. And I always used to say, no, first of all, the article in itself is my words, and it's just the way it was framed and the way it was put together. However, can I just back up and share something, which I'll include in chapter 2, because I think it's important to say when, we talk about the evolution of my feelings around that article. And believe me, I believe Aiden took it down because he didn't like that I was crying over it. So he wanted to like take that away from me. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want about it. The fact remains is that you published this article about me. And what people are forgetting is back in 2020, this was pre-Karen Reed. Okay. So what was the Aiden like genre at the time? Ratchets. Nobody on that page was the best people in society. It was the worst people of society, right? It was the worst. I mean, the reason the page did so well was because there were stories about women, losing their kids to the state, and like guys with flat brimmed Chicago Bulls hats. You know what I mean? Like, the reason it stung so badly and why there was so much shame surrounding publication of this article wasn't necessarily about the article itself. A lot of people say, well, it wasn't that bad. I hear you on that, but just being Turtle Boy famous was bad for you because it put you in the genre of being a ratchet. In my community, Somerset Snatch Donkey was, and that's what he called me, Somerset Snatch Donkey. That had been used and continues to be used years later, all the time, as a disparaging statement made about me, that I'm a snatch donkey. And it stuck. And people who don't like me, especially people on the other side politically, they love to use it. They love to share the article. Aiden took it down, but Holly McNamara has it on its own website. I think the website is somersetsnatchdonkey.com. I mean, so, and by the way, the main issue of the article was that I chose to hold a school committee fundraiser that I was running for school committee the day before the COVID lockdown, and that I was selfish to do it, and it was a public health risk, and blah, blah, fucking blah. So, so there's that. But back in the day, listen, I think, and it's great, the evolution of Aiden's work right now has come a long way, right? He doesn't write about snatch donkeys. I think we talked about it on his interview with me when he came on the show. Like, he doesn't He doesn't have time for that anymore. He has moved on to something very different, which is the corruption of police, local officials, and all of the things. So the precursor to all of that, though, was Snatch Donkey and all of those things. You know what I mean? So yeah, back then it was the most embarrassing thing. But when people are saying it's not that bad, y'all are forgetting. Back in 2020, you know, it was the worst of society around you. You know what I mean? People losing their kids and doing drugs and all of this crazy stuff. Like think about all of those stories that he started with. You know what I mean? These people he was fighting restraining orders over those, all of those people, right? So it's just back then it was bad. It was bad. Funeral Lady has put me in touch with someone about merch, and it's a small business, and I think we might be looking at something a little different for merch. I know that there's a lot of people demanding merch, but I'm not ready. Also, I haven't felt inspired to design anything yet. What is that? So I wanted to rework it and wait. I also had some people that didn't get their merch. I processed their refunds and I'm waiting for those to clear. So that's happening. There's that. We're going to go home and we're going to take calls, I think. I don't want to drive all the way out there. I do have a number to the not Knoxville PD, the Knoxville field office. I'm going to call them again. That is the person who is handling this case. Oh, that's what I forgot to tell you. I don't know if anybody heard me say this, but after I called the police department and I ended up speaking with the FBI, and how I got to that point is the 911 call people, I think the guy's name is Michael or whatever, he told me the name of the FBI field officer who was investigating, which is why the 911 call itself is not being released from Knoxville PD. So I called that field office. I left a message for that's on my desk. I have it written down, but the name of the guy who's handling it or whatever. But in the meantime, I spoke with an agent who was answering the phones and I was explaining her this situation and it's weird when you say it because it sounds stupid, but like, oh yeah, I'm on the internet. I'm a YouTuber and there's some other YouTubers and they were at an event and someone called the cops and, you know, it sounds so fucking stupid. I hate myself. And the lady said, that lady who was answering the phones in that field office, she said, there were statewide swattings that were taking place that were being investigated. And it is possible that this swatting call was actually related to that bigger swatting issue and not exclusive to just these people from YouTube. So I was hoping to even just get a little bit more about that, but she wasn't giving me any information. I was supposed to wait back for that guy to call. So I haven't heard back from them. So maybe we will call them when we get back and then we will take some calls. And we will see where we're at. I'm actually feeling like a little bit lighter about the other stuff that's going on. I'm reading a couple comments from the chat when I was sitting there and I agree. Things just get way out of hand, bigger, worse. I don't know. I can't control any of those people. And I feel like today I'm giving it too much. But I feel like if you don't address it, that's worse. Like I feel like if you don't talk about it, I don't know. Is it you can't win either way? I'm not really sure. I don't really know. I can tell you this. when I hang up this phone, nobody's coming to knock on my door and take me to jail for swatting, and nobody's coming to knock on my door to take me to jail for stealing money from veterans. So I'm good. Do you know what I mean? Like, I guess I need to remind myself, isn't it weird? Like, I'm such a paranoid person, so to speak. Let's go get Georgie Starbucks because I'm sure she's going to want some. So let's not even wait for the call. Let's just go and get her Starbucks. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like, even just reading that Substack out loud, right? So here I am, George McNeil calls me while I'm on the way to an interview, and I'm scared. I'm scared of the cop calling me. I don't know why I got scared. I didn't want to do my interview anymore. I wish we could get back that interview, because when I went on the air that day, I was like ready to go guns a-blazing, being like, I don't know why people don't want, by the way, side note, the ultimate reason why they were not happy with me asking for more cops in schools is because apparently the chief had been asking for more police officers as a part of his like component of cops. And he had been denied that either by taxpayers or by Board of Selectmen. So I guess he had been saying, I want more cops. And they were like, you're not getting more cops. And he was basically like, I'll be damned if some mother comes in here and starts demanding we hire more cops and you get it. You know what I mean? Like that, it was an ego thing. He was so mad that I was almost going to be getting, and we ultimately did. We ended up getting 2 more cops, but his ego was so problematic. Man, these men with fragile egos are crazy. But anyway, I'm starting to get excited again because now I start talking about that stuff and I'm like, this is just, it's a fucking story. Ultimately, he got fired. Like he ultimately did not get his contract renewed as the chief. Not exclusively for that, but there was a lot of other shit. Yeah, you can't win either way. So, but it's so funny how like back then I was so scared of them. I was scared about everything. I was scared to drive my car. I was afraid I was going to get pulled over. And then a lot of people don't realize the trauma, but after I got arraigned, it came up on me out of nowhere. I had never had a legal case before. I had never been arrested or anything like that. I never had a speeding ticket. That was it. But I hadn't even had one of those in like 10 years, 20 years. So for me, when I got arraigned, it scared the shit out of me on how quickly and how easily people in power could literally manipulate the system to take out like somebody who was causing like a scene publicly with whatever they wanted to do. Going back to Aiden, for example, the way that these people were able to leverage the police department and the court system to incarcerate him at the height of the Karen Reed trial or getting ready for it is insane. But I suspect he never thought it could happen. Right? If you ever had asked him 6 months earlier, did you anticipate that you would go to jail after being set up by an ex-girlfriend for violating a restraining order and physically, the guy would have just been like, absolutely not. You know what I mean? Like, no way. If you ever told me that I was going to run for school committee because I wanted to get more cops in schools. So when my kids went to school, there was a cop at every school. And from that, I would be arraigned twice and out on bail. And have a public defender. I would never, you don't know how you get from point A to point B. It scares the shit out of you. So by default, I'm scared I'm going to go to jail for swatting. Even though I didn't swat. I'm scared I'm going to get arrested for not paying a bill, even though it wasn't a bill and even though I paid it. Hold on, let's get Georgia breakfast.
Hey, what can I get?
Hi, can I get a medium iced caramel latte?
Okay.
Does that come with like whipped cream and caramel on it?
I can add that for you.
I think that's the way my daughter has it. Yeah. Sure. And then can I also get her let's see, it's the bacon Gouda egg sandwich if you have one? Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Okay. That's it. Thank you. So I don't know. It's like it's the same way I get scared. My kids, when they get in the car, they're going to get into a worst case scenario always. Who cares about Will? Oh, hold on one second. What does that say? When they can give you the 911 number, then they can ask you to prove you're innocent. Yeah, hold on. Valhalla demands that you play the Doughboy Can. What? You have 10 minutes? Why do I have to do that? What does that mean? Why? What's going on? Call my regular phone number and explain to me. The 401-585-2402 number. What is that about? He's hyping it. Why? What's the reason? Sounds sus. Is he trying to get me to take it down? Oh, you're kidding. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Jesus. Jill. Hi. I'm going to pay cash. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. So much. You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly it. Thank you. Okay, thanks. Have a good day. You're welcome. All right. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. All right, we're going to go home. We're going to pee. We're going to wake up. Well, maybe we won't even wake up Georgia. She's been working hard. She wants to sleep in. She can. She's working later today. So let her sleep. Jack worked early this morning. Jack is loving, very interesting. So Jack is working in a place where he's getting tips, and he is like astounded at how much money he makes in tips at Dunkin' Donuts. He's just astounded. I am also astounded. So I'm not on X. I don't follow the glarer on Facebook or anything like that. I know he is on Facebook. I don't know where he's been. The Beast Boy guy is very interesting. I'll correct that. I have a clip of it too, which I thought was I don't know who this person is. I know nothing about them, but I will say this. I very rarely want to be like other people. I'm very happy being who I am, all the flaws and all of the things. But with that being said, I am very much enamored with the way that Beast Boy handles conflict in conversations. The way that he had a conversation with Valerie about racism, or me being racist rather, was really a masterclass in how to talk to somebody who is aggressive, right? And then the Kazi G thing. Now, I admittedly, I didn't watch it from the beginning, so I don't know how Kazi G came to be on there. I'm not really sure. But I was sent a clip of him talking to Kazi G about it. And I guess Kazi G went in there with like this notion, or not this notion, but like definitively saying, that I reached out to him because he has been like a Will hater. I won't even use a Will truther, really, for years. And that I reached out to him, and this guy was just like so succinctly, like, I guess dog walking is the right. He was just like, no, that is not how it happened. I have existed in this space of being a Will truther for a very long time.
And it sounds to me like he pays attention to Will. He watches him, or maybe somebody else watches Will and keeps an eye on him. And when this whole thing blew up with me, it came across his desk, so to speak. People were paying attention, and he felt compelled to jump in and say, let's talk about my experience with him. And Kazi G, I mean, I don't even know why this guy's going all in on this against me. I guess that's just the way the tide is turning. But like, he was like put in his place by this guy again. Like, he was just like, no, dude, she did not reach out to me. I found her, or somebody connected me to her, but it wasn't me. And I just thought it was wild to listen to the way that this guy talks. And obviously I'm a very aggressive, loud, shout out to Big Husky. She and I are very similar in our styles of aggression, I think. Although I don't see her ever having a pleasant conversation with someone she disagrees with. I think I'm capable of that. But this guy, the temperature of these conversations is so mild. I think it's what makes the words that he says so much more potent, because of the way that he says it. And he doesn't get rattled. He doesn't get triggered. It doesn't matter if the person is saying stuff that is like agitating or whatever. He just lays it out. And it's very refreshing. And I want to try to be a little bit more like that. And I recognize that sometimes my style is just too much. Sometimes when I go back and I listen to my voice talking, I cringe, right? I admit that. Also, it's the worst on 1.5. When all of these YouTubers want to speed things up, I sound terrible. It's the worst. It's the worst. Beast Boy on 1.5 probably just sounds like normal because he speaks so deliberately and with pause or whatever. So anyway, people are insisting that you pay. The only thing I've ever done is made donations to his channel in the form of memberships. I think I maybe super chatted, but I wanted him to keep going. And, I don't know what his situation is. I don't know if he does it full time. I don't know, whatever. Like, I just was just like, hey man, this is really great. It's refreshing. Glad you're here. Stay here. Here's my membership so other people could participate or whatever. That's it. It doesn't go beyond that. I have no communication with that man. I don't know his real name. I don't know anything about him. But I'm happy he's here. God forbid we have anybody on the other side of things coming from the outside. They just want to make sure they're the only voices that get heard. Or whatever, you know what I mean? And also, by the way, I didn't know any of these things about Will prior to. Obviously, when I started mentioning some stuff, people were like, this has been out there a while. Will has addressed it. I didn't know. I had no idea about this past stuff. I didn't know anything. The only thing I ever saw, I'm pretty confident Meredith had shared is, what do you call it? Meredith had shared his mugshot or something like that. There was a man just walking in the road in the rain. He's holding a paper bag, carrying stuff. And all right, go ahead. You, sir, go. The bag was all wet and it was ripping. Sad. All right. We are almost home. We're going to go inside. I'm going to pause you. I'm going to go to the bathroom. We're going to put Georgia's stuff. Let's call. Well, we'll wait. We have to be hands-free while we're driving. We'll call Georgia and we'll see what her plan is for today. Someone said that stuff is true about him. So yeah, there was one show where I was talking about these emails I got and all of these screenshots and everything. And I was going to publish. I was so close to publishing all of it. I was like, here, like this person insisted that this is him. And then I had another person message me and be like, this is not him. And I'm like, wait a second. And I'm going to be honest with you, just goes to show where I'm at in life when this comes to this. I have no time in my life to authenticate this shit. I don't care. Will is allowed to have his channel. Will is allowed to say whatever he wants about me. Will can even say that I never gave the Veterans Association a dime. He can say that. He's allowed to say it. This is why I believe in free speech. He's allowed to say whatever he wants. I choose what I want to counterpoint, but I'm not going to sit here and try to cancel his channel. I'm not going to try to report him. I'm not going I already told like my followers, don't do that. Don't report them. Don't do any of that shit. It's stupid. It's weird. We don't have to do that. Just don't listen. I tell people, just don't listen to it. Some people want to. I told you in the beginning, people are obsessed with the drama. Someone asked Beast Boy if Will and BB by bots. The verdict is still out on how can you even do that? I don't even understand how that works. Is there a website you go and you buy? How? I don't know how that works. All right, we're going to go inside. It's pouring. Take you with me. Get George's food. Hello, Quincy. Hello, Reagan. Yuck. Just take our sneakers off and leave them out here. Hello, fine gentlemen. Hello. All right, I'm going to leave you here for a second. I'll be right back. Go outside. I put a new like soap for the bathroom and it's cherry and it smells like I want to eat it. All right, it's your funeral. It's pouring rain out there, so go do what you want to do. All right, we're not going to be able to go upstairs yet because we've got to let these dogs out. Oh my God, I hope that bird flies away. Quincy looks like he wants to murder it. All right. I was just thinking about the veterans place getting just harassed and everything. There was another, let me tell you this story. Good morning, Gingy. Good morning. You look so beautiful today. Angelic even. Good morning, Gingy. See this little leaf thing? You hook that up to the side and it's like a little leaf bed. And you give them just a little bit of space between the leaf and the top. And that's where they like to sleep. It makes them feel comfortable. Gingy got new greenery. She got these purple ones. She's just a charming little girl. She's so sweet. Good morning, Gingy. Now, we currently are dealing with a major problem with Sam Rothstein's tank. Okay? Allow me to show you. So, now, this is Sam Rothstein. If you've never met him before, he's a charming boy. This tank has now become a problem overall.
We also got him a leaf, but look what happens. The snail that we bought, he hangs out up there and takes over his territory. There's another snail. She's in here. She's white. We also have this stone. Nothing works. It doesn't matter. So we cleaned out this fish tank on Friday. So this is Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So this is 4 days, and this is what it looks like. Now, the snails get their own food, which kind of sucks because you have to supplement. And I think that that's kind of adding to things. But this is what we're dealing with. It's such a problem. And I'm just not sure. So I hate to say it, but I think what we're going to do is we are going to, Jose Canseco. Now, Jose Canseco's tank did not get cleaned on Friday because I ran out of time. So he's going on several days longer. So his needs to be cleaned today as well. But he's in a small little tank. Good morning. But this lagoon is just, it is never whatever. We do have to do the filter. I understand we're down to, I have one. So we're going to have to put it in. My biggest fear is that he ends up not liking the sound or anything like that. Sounds desperate, I realize, but try getting a new tank. I agree. We thought about that as well. Everything, I mean, it's just, it will stay clean for a couple days and then it just turns into this all over again. And it used to have like a little bit of a green tinge to it, but since the snails are in there, it's less green and it's more just cloudy. And so I'm wondering if the algae meal that the snails are getting. I'm sorry, are you looking at me, sir? Do you want me to feed you? He's just like, are you going to feed me or are you not going to feed me? So I think we have to filter him. Normally, everybody, including Jose Canseco, their tanks look like this, just nice and clear with no problem. Hi, Gingy. Jose's is just going past the 7-day mark, but normally his is just as clear and sparkly. But yeah, so it's just getting, we've tried everything. It's time for the filter. We do not overfeed. I know Jeff probably does, but I'm very sparing with the food. I also at nighttime, before I do my second feeding, I take like a paper towel and I just dab on the top of the surface of the water and grab whatever else is left. I mean, we kind of clear it out. Like you can see, like Gingy's tank, she has no, like very little remnants of food at the bottom. And that's usually how Jose Canseco's is as well. But we just had guests coming over this weekend, so we didn't get a real chance to go crazy on Jose's tank. But I got this guy's tank cleaned and it's just already 4 days. It's just, why are you like this? Why? Look, he's like, can you feed? Are you going to feed me? Yes. All right. So hold on. Let me just stand by. We're going to go upstairs. The dogs will be done in a second. So we just do a couple of pellets. There you go. Enjoy. Good morning, Jose. I said good day. Here you go, Gingy. You did your sweet pea. All right. So let's go upstairs. Let's get Georgia because her iced coffee will melt. I'm also going to fill you in on something that happened yesterday too that we had to correct. See, it's just how I am. I just want to correct the things. Like I don't want to let it go. Hi, good morning. I went out this morning. I'm home. I stopped at Starbucks and got you a sandwich and a coffee.
Thanks.
You're welcome. It's, do you want me to put it in the refrigerator? How close are you coming down?
No, I'll be down.
Okay, I'm going to leave it on the kitchen table. I do have to step into the office and finish the show. Do you need me for anything right now?
No, what kind of coffee you got me?
I got you a iced caramel latte.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Do you have a plan for today? I know you're working.
That's
Okay. Okay. All right. Bye. All right. Bye. All right. Next up is doggies. Hello, gentlemen. Quincy. We have to dry off Quincy. Stand by. We'll go upstairs in a minute. Good morning, Vincent. Good morning, Mia. I'm sorry, everybody would like to see you. Can you see them? It's Vincent and Mia. Look at my USA decorations for the 4th. All right, Quincy, let's wipe you down. Sir, stand still. He's so wet. Oh, he's like a seal. You doing the rubes? Hold on. Come back. Come back. Oh, that's better. I have not changed the stones. I take them out when, sorry, let me just, when every single solitary time I change the water in the tank, I take all the water out. I take the stones out. I put them in a colander. I wash and rinse them. And then I wash the inside of the tank completely. And I put everything back in. It is a process. We've gotten it down to a science. It seems like extreme, especially when I've had fish in the past where you just never have to do it because you have a filter. I just got my charger. Stand by. Okay, let's get in the studio, the computer. I don't think we're going to do camera on today because, to be quite frank with you, I haven't looked at my face. So hopefully nobody minds. Yeah, so everybody online told me snails clean the tank. And I was like, sure, awesome, that sounds great. And then I went to the store and I was like, I'm having an issue. And they were like, yeah, sure. Snails will clean the tank. And I was like, love that for us. Let's do it. And then turns out it doesn't work that way. It is actually just, I think, just make it less green, but more cloudy. Also, like, I don't want to take care of 2 additional pets. So now I'm worried about the mortality of the pets now. Now I'm like, are the pets, like the snails okay? Like, all right, let's get in. Going to the studio. Please enter, Jessica. We're moving over and we'll open the phone lines. I'm just a baby. My dad loves me. Your dad loves me more. Let's do this. Oh, oh, oh. Hi, good morning. Hi, let's go on the camera. Who cares? Let's just be ugly on the camera. Good morning. I don't have my other light on. This will have to do. Can you hear me well and everything is fine? Okay. I was here yesterday. We went on camera yesterday too. I don't mind it. It's fine. I don't care. Okay. Hi. Face this morning is brought to you by Bay Harbor Beauty. The plumping. Can I just touch my hair one time? So you guys can't. It's giving Anne of Green Gables. It's hard to tell, but let me explain to you because we haven't really done an episode or a show. Okay, hard to see. So when I went and got my hair done at Rob Roy Academy, I'm sorry, it's the best we can do. When I went and got my hair done at Rob Roy Academy, I wanted to go blonde, but I had some weird other colors in there or whatever. So when they did it, I went very, very blonde, but there was like my root, and then there was like an area about an inch long, and that was orangey kind of. And the blonde was being so blonde, which was fine, but I didn't like that orange thing, especially as I started to use bronzer and it got tan. So, hi, Georgia. Hi, come on in. Hi. I'm doing my live. Don't let the dogs in.
No, I know.
How are you?
Good.
Tired?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stop.
All right, your stuff is on the table. I'm going to probably be like maybe 40 minutes.
Okay.
I know.
It's going
Give them some attention. So they just went out. The fish are all set. Birds are all set. All right. So the that thing right there, you can't really see it, but that little space right here, it was like 3 colors. It was dark, it was reddish, and then it was blonde. So I went back recently. She did a trim because I needed all of the ends gone. And they eliminated that orangey thing and really just kind of matched that root area to what my root was. Now the next part of the process is to go back in and lighten it again. So we have to do that. I'm new to this because we don't do this. But that's the next step. And I think maybe we will schedule it next week or whatever, and then just go a little bit blonder for the summer. Fun fact, Jeffrey doesn't like the blonde. He prefers brunette. So there's that. Let's see. So I just got a message from Jessica Walsh that says, if you want to just say sorry to the baker and end this, I would understand. I can't take this anymore. Jolene has sent everyone after me because I told some psychopath who was spamming my chat, telling me to KILL myself, that her son was better off DEAD. That's very on brand for Jessica Walsh. I've had like 12 people tell me today to KILL myself already this morning. I'm just deleting my channel. I'm leaving the internet. Love you. I'm sorry for everything.
Awesome. Okay. Alrighty. We are I was just going to write my duet between Jessica Walsh and Broken Baker. I was just going to write a duet. Think Islands in the Stream, think Linda Ronstadt and Aaron Neville, think A Whole New World. Like, just, you know, I was thinking we were going to be making a song that was like a duet. So should I back off from that? Should I not go to the recording studio today? Toughen up. I got people trying to throw me in jail for swatting. You can handle words on the internet. This is not the thing I want to see today, but whatever. It is what it is. You want to open up the phone lines? Oh, wait, let me go back and tell you the story. So back when all of the drama was happening in the Somerset world and stuff like that. Look at my face though. Like, it's so, if I were just a little bit skinnier, this would be, Somerset Snatch Donkey would be better if this were tighter and not so pudgy. You know what I mean? Like, it's just so pudgy. Anyway, pudge. I'm not that fat. I'm not that fat. The camera adds like 25, 45 pounds. I'm not that fat. Anyway, back in the day when the Somerset drama was happening, like right when I was writing that Substack, there was a guy that was friends with Holly McNamara, and he was on Facebook, and in a comment section, he said he hoped that I died of ass cancer. And I remember that. Those were in the early days of just learning how the internet really worked. And I was like, that is just the grossest, harshest thing to say. And of course, because I am like a crazy person, I was like, because he's spoken into existence, then I am most definitely going to get anal cancer, right? So I was just like, it's just bad vibes. So anyway, like people were talking about it and laughing about it. A former chief of police in Somerset was like, couldn't happen to a better person, like the craziest shit or whatever. So I ended up reaching out to the Colorectal Cancer Foundation. And I said, I found them on Facebook. And you know how you can do fundraisers on Facebooks for things? So I started a fundraiser for the Colorectal Cancer Foundation. And I did an online fundraiser and I shared it. And I was like, listen, here's a screenshot of this person telling me that they hope that I die of anal cancer, right? Hope she gets colon cancer. She deserves it or whatever. We're going to flip the script on them. We're actually going to bring awareness to colon cancer and we are going to do a fundraiser for it. And the fucking thing raised like $1,200, right? So at the end of the fundraiser, we submit it all to them and they send me a box of fucking swag. Like you wouldn't believe. I got what is their theory? Butt something or whatever. And because I have an ass, it was like so appropriate for me. But it was like something, check your butt or something. I got a hoodie. I got a hat. I got a mask. I got like a gator. I got stickers. I got a beer koozie. I got a box like this big full of colorectal cancer awareness merch. And they featured me on a story on their Facebook page. And it was basically like someone told this girl to get anal cancer and she turned it around into a fucking fundraiser for colon cancer. It was the craziest thing in the world. And this is going back years, probably during COVID. It was definitely during COVID, 2021 maybe. So yeah, so some guy was basically like, Holly McNamara's friend, like, you should get colon cancer and you should die. And I was like, maybe we should do A, B, C, or D. Plot twist nobody was expecting. That guy has colon cancer. I don't know how he's doing. I don't know if he survived. Some of my local people would know, but he got colon cancer, which is terrible because he has kids. And it's just really fucking sad. Anyway, sad. But yeah, we turned a negative into a positive. I know, it was crazy. It was so crazy. I still have some of the merch that they gave me. It was just okay, let's take calls. Good morning. Thanks for calling 24 on 24.
Well, good morning there. This is your friend Leroy, otherwise known as Bo, short for Robo.
Yes, I'm so glad that you've adopted the nickname that we bestowed upon you.
Yes, kind of. It was a 50-50 deal, but I might be fishing today. I'm not quite sure yet. I do have some house chores to do.
Okay.
I was just wondering, you look lovely there on the camera today, and I would just suggest maybe a little pink lip gloss.
Pink lip gloss.
Yes.
I have some.
Well, is it handy? Can you reach it?
Yes, of course it's handy.
Well, I think it would be appropriate.
Hold on.
You know, I'm not a girl, but I will tell you that a girl's best friend should be lipstick, because it would be the only thing that, if you only have one item of makeup, there you go.
Is that a little bit better?
That is so much better. I think everybody in the chat should put a 1 if they think that that is very becoming of you, Jess. A 1 for liking that.
I think the chat agrees with you.
Yes, I do think so. It's very nice.
Boat, do you want to share anything about yourself? You've become a little bit of a legend here. How did you find out about the Jess Machado show or 24 on 24?
Well, we have a history that goes way, way back.
We do?
We do. Yes, we do. You had contacted me one time in regards to the Trump campaign, and I was quite influential in the Trump campaign going way, way back.
You were?
Yeah, yes, very much so, very much so.
A clue.
Yes. You had wanted me to be a town organizer here.
What?
Yes.
Say more.
You were very much friends with the corrupt elite in the Republican Party, and now I've always been a conservative, but I have seen better ways now because they are all the same. We've had very unfortunate when you were hitting the pavement for Jeff Deal. That guy, he was really.
I never really liked Jeff Deal.
Yes, well.
But I was hitting the pavement for Jeff Deal. You're right.
Yes.
I've learned my ways.
Yeah, no, at Tone Mountain and all those people, they were. And by the way,
wait, you know everybody.
Yeah, let me tell you something about Mr. Mountain. Do you remember when Turtle Boy went after Mr. Mountain?
Yes, I do.
Yes, well, little known fact, I'm going to break that story here right now.
Okay.
Now, he was involved with that Miss Campbell, who has since found a better life and moved away.
Rayla Campbell, correct.
Yeah.
Another Turtle Boy favorite, yes.
Yeah, she was something else. She was quite the corrupt one herself. She had no class whatsoever. But
Correct.
that's beside.
Correct.
You know, when they took down Tom Mountain, that was a deal between her and Turtle Boy. They were the ones that actually did that.
What?
They were the ones that posed. It was Rayla and Turtle Boy that brought him down. Yes.
Really?
Yes. He was in on that. And it was Rayla and him. Yeah.
Are you sure, Boat?
100% sure. It was them. Yeah, they catfished him and they did that. It was Rayla. Rayla was behind all that.
I thought there were a couple of other people that were behind that, like Mike O'Regan.
Oh, that guy. Oh my God. He's something else, that was.
Hmm.
But that was Rayla. That,
Interesting. Rayla has moved on. She's divorced her husband, remarried, and lives in another part of the country.
yes, I do realize that. I remember Rayla being at some kind of, these rallies were no place for children or babies. They never were. They were very dangerous things. And I witnessed that for myself on the street. Very
Yes.
bad.
Yes.
But I remember one time when she had her campaign signs on top of the stroller, and her husband and she and the children were there, and someone came and attacked her, and I said to myself, this is no place for children.
I remember that. You are very deep in this whole thing. You know the lore.
Well, I know much more than you even realize, but I always felt bad. You seemed like a decent girl, but you really bowed down to the devil with these Republicans. They are not a good bunch.
How can I
They're not
fix
a
my
good-
image, Leroy?
Denounce, denounce these Massachusetts Republicans. I want to say something. You want to talk about a Republican governor in this state. Let me explain to you. Old Charlie Baker, he was no good. He was not a good fella. He was never a Republican. And I witnessed a particular fundraiser that he held in one of the central Massachusetts towns. And when I was there, all the local idiot liberals showed up, and they were all hugging and kissing him. And I was dumbfounded. I could not believe it. I said, what are all these liberals doing here, embracing up with Charlie Baker? I couldn't figure it out.
But isn't a moderate middle Republican better than any Democrat?
No.
Oh.
No, because I will tell you, I will witness this. So there was a state representative present at this gathering.
Okay.
I'm not going to mention his name because
Okay.
that would probably. But I will tell you this. He stood up and he had a few drinks under his belt. And he stood up and he said, I'm going to paraphrase here now. He said something to the effect of, we have all kinds of people in this world. And when we go behind the doors and we have these hearings, you would think that we're all arch enemies. But let me tell you something. We are all the best of friends.
Really?
And I said to myself, a couple of Jack and Cokes, let you spill the beans on that, my friend. Yes, I did witness local Republican representatives drive by some of these standouts, and they would approach me in the background and say, oh, I like very much what you are doing. However, I would literally watch them drive by. They would not stop. They would not wave. They turn their heads and look the other ways.
Right.
They're nothing.
Right.
These people are going to be set for life. They're going to be set for life.
Of course.
And their friends and their family are going to be set for life for at least a couple of generations. It's all baloney. They could get regular jobs if they tried. They have no interest in it.
Leroy, you are like in my brain right now. I didn't know those things when I first started. I'm not saying it's my fault and I'm just a baby, but I didn't really know how things were. When I started, I was very green. I got very, influenced by everybody and just tried to go along and figure things out as I went. But as I said yesterday, Leroy, time changes things and you see things differently over time.
Well, anyone can, we all have rose-colored glasses and we all like to look around and say, we want to think the best.
Yes.
But when reality hits, and this gentleman said, we are all the best of friends.
Yes.
Yeah, the nepotism that goes on.
Of course.
When the state of Massachusetts puts up a post on Facebook and they say, we have a position, whether it be a dispatcher or a fish hatchery guy or something, and put in your application. And I laugh to myself because that's just a formality.
Of course.
It's a formality. You can, a friend of a friend of a friend of a politician is going to land that job. And all the applications will just be tossed in the
I was offered like compensation in the form of a job somewhere along the way and I declined it. I said no. I said it just didn't feel right. And it would have been good for me. I would have had a nice little pension, even if it was temporary, right? But I still said no because it just doesn't feel right.
Correct. And I have experienced the same thing myself.
Yeah.
But, once you bow down to the devil, you're done. You're done. And once you're in, you can't get out.
Yeah.
But I've a lot of these things. And that whole crew there, I think I mentioned, well, I can't.
I know who you mean. I know who you're
Right.
talking about. Don't say it.
Yeah. Well, there's another one. She went, she had a Facebook name of, give me a moment, let me think. Oh, yes. She called herself Medusa Titos. Medusa Titos. Well, that was Lorraine Cambria.
Yeah.
Lorraine,
What about Lorraine?
she was one of the most corrupt, foul people in the world.
Lorraine?
And- yes. So her name was Lorraine Cambria.
I
Like,
know who Lorraine is. What do you mean?
now, her Facebook profile, you do understand, her Facebook profile name is
I know Medusa Cheetos. Yes.
So, Medusa. Let's unravel that for a minute and just figure that out, okay, snake hair. And then Titos, well, apparently she likes to drink vodka. She was sitting around one day drinking vodka, and she said, I need to come up with a name. And what did she do? She said, well, I'll call myself Medusa. What should I give her last name? Oh, I think I'll call myself Titos.
But
Because
I liked Lorraine.
yeah, she was bad egg.
Where is she
Yeah.
now?
I don't know. I kind of stepped out of the limelight, but I tell you, Medusa Titos, really. You couldn't come up with a better drunken name than that.
I worked very closely with her during Trump 2020.
Right. She was very corrupt. She had been introduced to me on one or two occasions, and I listened to her for a little bit, and I figured her out.
Do I know who you are?
Many people know who I am.
I don't know who you are. I'm every time you're talking, I'm trying to figure out who is behind this voice.
Well, I tell you what, you probably would know who I am. We have never met, but I was quite pivotal in the campaign. So,
Interesting.
but we have never met. But
Interesting.
if I, as you would say, yes, I've heard of you.
Yes, I'm sure.
Yes, I had to deal with a lot of these corrupt people. So,
I don't know what the
No.
plan is going forward, but I think a different Republican Party is in order.
well, I can tell you one thing about Donald Trump, and no one gave more to the Trump campaign than me as far as time and effort. But I'm going to tell you something. In between those campaigns, and Donald Trump is far too smart. I really did love the guy, but the tables have turned, and I'll tell you why. When he went to, he could have bankrupted the Republican Party, which should have been what happened because they're nothing but scammers. But what he should have done is he should have, in between, said, I am going to denounce the Republican Party as well as the Democrat Party, and I am here for an independent. That would have drained that Republican swamp and the Democrat swamp, and it would have been one of the biggest things that he could. It would have been the most sensational headline and thing that he could have done.
Right.
But he never said, I am just a regular person and I can figure this out. Why did he not do it? And I'll be honest with you, Mr. Trump, he is indebted to Israel. And that does not make me an anti-Semite, but Israel is very wicked, very, very wicked. And his children are married to
Yes.
Jewish people. He has done much, but the world is that whole thing, talking about the Holocaust and whatnot, that's ridiculous. 6 million people did not die in the Holocaust. That is the most foolish number in the world.
All right, Bo. I'm not sure that I can allow Holocaust deniers on my morning show.
Yeah, you don't have to allow it because I'll tell you what, the sun is coming out and it's time for me to go fishing. And by the way, you look great with that lip gloss. So we'll talk another time. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Bo. At first I thought Bo calling in was just going to be a thing, but now we just did a deep dive into Republican politics in Massachusetts and Holocaust denying. So I love that for us. That is definitely not the vibe we were going for today. Boat. The whole time that person is talking, I'm trying to determine, is that a male? Is that a female? And then I'm trying to think as they're saying some of these things, I'm wondering, okay, Do I know who this person is? I feel like I must know who this person is. I just want to let you know, I'm giving you my face, but I don't fucking like the way I look right now. I don't like the way I look. This is my sweatshirt I got from when I went to Pensacola Beach. All right, let's take another call. Oh, it just hung up. Try again. Try again. I agree. People were trying to usher me off. Boat's opinions aren't, yes, Boat's opinions. Oh, we didn't put up that thing today. Like all of the things here are just not my, it's satire comedy and not to be taken seriously. That's exactly it. That's where we're at. Okay, so phone lines are open. That's the phone number on there. Please feel free to call. We can end the show this way. Somebody just commented on my Substack and said, girl, of course you're making the Sandy Hook murders about you. You need to get the fuck off the internet and you need a therapist ASAP. Can somebody who listened to me read my Substack this morning try to talk me through why this person thinks that I made Sandy Hook about me? How did I make Sandy Hook about me? How do I block you, you weirdo? I block you. I'm going to figure out how to block you. You don't deserve it. You don't deserve to be here. You don't deserve it. Block. I can block on Substack. I blocked you. Christina MacDougall. How dare you? Okay, so there's that. Let me pull up. Just go ahead, just weirdos. Just weirdos. Let me pull up the Substack so you can take a peek at it. Probably, I'm just trying to see if there is a space or place on here where I'm okay to end stream and start a members only. What's the verdict on this yesterday? People were talking about this. Once I switch it to members only, am I allowed to, will it be back up? Back up. If I switch currently to members only right now, will this qualify as being private and not to be shared or clipped? You can still watch it if you switch to members only, as long as you don't. So I'd want to restart it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to restart. Does anybody really need? Do we need a whole new thing? We don't need that. We don't need it. They can legally clip it. They can clip it, but they can't share it. I watched the whole thing. I watched Jolene lose her mind over Moons in Miami. I don't care if they clip it, but you can't play it, I guess, right? They can't restream it if you restart. We're not gonna restart. That's crazy talk. That's crazy town. I'm not gonna end it. Okay, let me share a screen. Let me show you the Subby stack. Share screen. Here is my Substack. I have 34 published pieces. We did the Jameson Souza property assessment, Kelsey Fitzsimmons trial, day 1, 2, and 3. These are all the stock photos that I received from the courtroom reporter that was there. So you can go and take a peek at those. Blue Hub Capital. This was a message to my followers about starting without a studio, I think. I can't remember. All of these stories that I wrote. A FOIA a day keeps the corruption away. More Blue Hub Capital stuff. The last homeless family leaves the Taunton Hotel shelter. Juror number 11. How did they know who Test Chart was? Part 2 of my interview with Karen Reed, juror number 11. This one was my big one. It was, we shouldn't be sharing that. It shows how much money I received from that and how many views. Sorry, you got it, clip it, it's fine, whatever. that shows you just how much that one article made in like subscription. Sorry, whatever. It was like $3,000. Let me go back to it because I would like to click on it. We had 105,000 views on that post. Wait, who's this? I could block you. You can't say mean things about people like that in here. Or no, they're not saying Moons is a sensitive person. They're saying somebody else. Okay, sorry, I won't block you. See, this is how mistakes made. I saw that and thought they were calling Moons a mean person, and I was like, absolutely not. All right. But anyway, that's the Substack. Let me get back to the main page without showing you all of my stuff behind the scenes. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry. Anyway, if you quickly saw, I gained 1,000 subscribers from that article. Hold on, let me share it. Yeah, that was crazy. So then there's all of these other stories. And then this is my Jake Auchincloss interview, Blue Hub Capital, the truth behind the migrant crisis. What else is here? Massachusetts emergency shelters filled with domestic violence, why shelter changes won't work, conversation with Auchincloss. So I started this in January, right after I got let go from Fall River Reporter. Jacob Pothier paying $42 per meal for migrants. Oh, again, I'm clicking on it wrong. Let me just click on it. Sorry, you should have seen it. State of Massachusetts was paying $42 per meal for migrants in hotel shelters, according to a public records request. And documents provided by Massachusetts Executive Office of Housing and Livable Communities. Oh, shoot, I missed a call. Hold on, let's go grab it.
Jim's Meat Market, you can't beat our meat. How can I help you?
Good morning, Mr. Ford.
If you want to categorize it, I don't know if today's the right day to do this. I've listened to your show and I see you're kind of going through ups and downs, but I've been in the mud a lot online, especially on X, and now it's all too much. So I think I'm just going to say, I want you to feel bad for me.
So you're essentially stepping.
Day 7 is a disaster. Disaster. Take a hike, lady. Out of the fireplace. How are you, Jess?
I'm good. I'm trying to be a friend to her.
Correct. Her channel's got a lot of views recently, a lot of likes, and a lot of eyeballs to it. Wonder why?
No, that's okay. I mean, she enjoys being on the internet. I don't think she would have gotten there if it weren't for the fact they were trying to keep her out of all of the chats. I mean, think about how many people have Menners has like 5 shows, for crying out loud. Everybody can have a show if they want it.
That's true.
Speaking of shows, I'm good. Speaking of shows, when's your show starting? It was like the most anticipated release of the year.
Yeah, I forgot about it kind of, so I got to pick back up on it. I have ADHD and it kind of bounced out of my mind, but there's a lot of content for me to kind of grift off.
Obviously. What happened to Miles Apart? What happened to that show? I've been off X. What happened?
Oh, don't get into that. See, that's what they're doing. Apparently, Menners reached out to Mick's girlfriend to have her on the show without talking to Mick.
Shut the fuck up.
Mick lost his mind. Mick's girlfriend is a character from the Spaces community way back in the day. I've been told I can't speak about that.
Okay, that's fine.
I was too mean. But yeah, it's a bit. Mick's now doing his show, driving people there. Menners is going to drive. They're scam artists. They're charging people $8.50 to listen to Menners talk about Kirk, who doesn't do a show anymore.
No.
Hey, they had a Patreon.
Menners wanted to come on my show.
Yeah, he's a grifter too. Everybody's a grifter. It's a great world to grift in, isn't it?
I enjoy it very much. My family enjoys the grift.
Hell yeah. Well, listen, keep your. I'm not good with like friendly advice or anything like that. I'm usually on the other side. But if you continue to give the people what they want, they'll never stop. So just fuck them.
Okay.
Leave them alone. you go, yeah, that's it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
All right. God bless. Back to work. Toodaloo.
I'm scared of you. I'm scared of him. I don't talk because I'm scared of him. I don't know how it's going to go. I worry. I get scared. I don't know what to say. I freeze up. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I know there's potential for it to be good banter, but then I get nervous and I'm like, he's a hot ticket and it could go either way. And also when I hear him like that, it sounds like he's driving on the way to his jobby job and he's not in like the degenerate closet basement status that he's usually in. So like, I picture him, I don't know what he does for a living, but I picture him as being like in his like stretchy golf shirts with like fitted pants, right? And his hair is like gelled forward, right? And he's got his glasses and he's got this going in the car, right? He's got some sort of a canister in his car with his coffee because he fills it from home. It's got water in it because he's a healthy guy now because he's off the sauce. And he's just like in his car. I don't know what kind of car he drives, but I'm going to venture to say it's like maybe it's got to be kid friendly. So I'm thinking like maybe Honda Pilot or something like that, right? And I'm thinking like he's got the brown shoes with the white soles. You know the ones I'm talking about. And so I think he's like all sophisticated and he's driving, you know, and he's like on his way and he's in traffic. He has a very long commute because he's just that kind of guy. So I'm thinking it's like he's got like an hour 45 in the car, right? And I think he's sitting there and he's listening. And this show spiraled already today. We're on hour like 3. We've had the highs, we've had the lows already, per usual. And he's just like, this bitch is fucking insufferable. Let me break it up and just like throw her a bone. So I get very nervous when he comes on because I'm scared of him, but also like I don't want to be intimidated by him, but also like Pat Ford has like that comedy that I know is somewhere deep inside of me and I want it to come out. And so if I would let my brain relax and think of him in that form, then we could probably have like really great back and forth. But it's in the morning and he's on his way to his jobby job and he probably just like said like bye to the kids and the wife and shit like that. So we're not there. So I just get worried when I talk to him and I freeze up. But that's it. That's why you get that from me. Sorry. I don't know. Sorry. This is my Substack. This is paying for a meal with the migrants. Let's go back to it. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. So I put in a public records request and it says the contractor shall provide 3 meals per day for each family guest residing at the site. The contractor shall provide personal hygiene items. So the contract, which was for fiscal year 2025, shows that Elia, which is the company that managed one of these hotels, is paid $128.55 per day per person. Come on in. Jack, I thought that was Georgia. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. I just worked.
Yeah. You're not working tonight, are
I'm
you?
working tonight.
Jack.
4 to 9, 8, whatever. Ugh.
How's it going?
Huh?
How's it going?
I'm very tired. I have to poop and pee.
Great. Do you want me to make you some lunch?
I can do it.
I'm going to come down. I'll make you what you want.
I'm probably going to take a nap. I am going to eat, but I'm probably going to take a nap.
Do you want me to make you lunch before you take a nap? Okay. Like
you live?
what? I am live.
I don't know. I got to poop and shower first.
Okay. Take a shower. I don't want to hear.
I have to poop.
Okay.
Mom's chat.
You told me to come in here.
Announcing it? Yeah, I do.
You don't. You could have just said, I'm going to go take care of some things and I'll be back in a half hour and then you can come make me
I
lunch.
think if I say, like, oh, I'm going to take care of business, that sounds worse.
Does it though, Jack?
Bye.
Goodbye. This is a public record request. And it shows in this contract that this date of service, so from July 1st of 2024 to June 30th of 2025, $128.55 a day for 16,616 meals, which was an estimated total of $2.1 million just for this one location to service people living in this shelter. Okay. This is 1 year. 1 year. And here's some pictures of the food. I had some people on the inside that were sneaking me some stuff. But this is, so if you break it down, do the math, right? That's how many meals. That was the cost. And then over here from January of 2024, September to here, another 80,000 meals, 10,000. Wait, am I reading this? This is 2 million. And then they calculated $10 million over here. That's correct. So this was 16. I'm sorry. So sorry. Thank you. It's just hard for me to see. So from here to here, it was 16,000 meals at 2.1 million. And then from here to here, for the rate of $128 per day, so that was for 3 meals, 81,000 meals, $10 million for a total of $12 million for meals. And this, so it broke down to $42 per meal. And this is what the $42 per meal looked like. So this person showed me that this was like their meal at night that day. This is what the $42 per meal was looking like. This was one of the $42 meals that these people were getting every single solitary day. I had someone on the inside that gave me all the pictures. So Eliot Community Human Services was a Massachusetts-based nonprofit. They were in the news for their part in relocating homeless residents from the Mass and Cass location in downtown Boston. And I linked the article here. But I started digging into the company CEO. Her name was Melinda Matthews, to show that she earned $417,000 in 2023. That was her base salary, retirement, non-taxable benefits, and all of that. So $417,000. Matthews was also a financial donor to Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey, according to filings on the Office for Campaign Finance. If it's hard to see, Melinda Matthews right here, she donated $1,000, which is the maximum amount you could donate in a year, to Maura Healey. And then I actually did a whole other article about this when I worked for Fall River Reporter. CEO of Massachusetts nonprofit behind the migrant shelter management earned $417,000. So we put that all together here with her campaign finance stuff. So I'm sorry, let me share that one instead. So that's right here. So we wrote an article about this when I was with Fall River Reporter, just a week or so before I stopped working for them. But yeah, so this is the kind of stuff. The problem with this, and what people don't, and I try to tell people this, is these things don't pay. Writing and doing this stuff does not pay. So you know, guys want me to do all of this kind of stuff or whatever, but it just doesn't pay, unfortunately. Now, to shut people up, we could do shows about this, but I just don't think it's going to have the viewership that we tried this. It didn't work. We can revisit it again if it will make everybody happy. We'll stop singing songs and we'll start doing this. The other problem to this is, which a lot of people don't understand, is these investigations take an extreme amount of time. So, you know, there's a lot of downtime with putting public records requests, being on the phone, asking questions, dealing with leads. There's so much time that goes into one article. It was one of the reasons why Fall River Reporter, you know, let me go, is I'd be working on a story like this and it would take me 2 weeks, you know, and then what do they get out of it? They get 1 click, you know what I mean? So it doesn't generate the money. It doesn't pay, unfortunately. And honestly, in Massachusetts, a lot of these stories just fell flat. People just didn't fucking care. So anyway, that's what you can find over on the Substack. This is the Substack itself. You can click on it. And this is where all of the articles are. Okay. You know what? I haven't clicked on this a long time. As many of you know, before I became an independent journalist, I worked at blah, 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 blah. So this is when I said that I was going to start my studio. and people contributed, and I put up everybody's name that donated right here. Everybody's name that donated to get my studio and start this Jess Machado show stuff. Look at this. A special thanks to Nan Gallagher and Cindy Welsh for their exceptionally generous investment. They each donated $500. And then Funeral Lady sponsored of the Substack. I literally put Nan Gallagher separate from everybody. So there was that. Okay. All right. Oh, I missed a couple calls. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hey, while you're there, maybe get the actual donation info and share it to raise some bunny donos. Oh, I think he's talking about, great point. Let's go. Maybe we're not going to bring any attention to them right now. I think it's already too much. Let's leave it at that. I get what you're saying. That was a great point. I missed 2 calls. You guys feel free to call back. I'm so sorry I did not see those. I apologize. Jessica, TB caused all of this bullshit by getting involved in internet beef that had zero to do with him. Chin up, your followers adore you, me included. Fuck all those losers. TT sending me screenshots this morning of somebody looking at her stories because they're public and she sees people that don't like her and she's like, I see you. She's like, I see you. All right. Are we done? I think we're getting done for the day. What time is it? We got a call. Let's take a call. Hi, caller. Thanks for calling 24 on 24.
Hi, Jess. It's Tay.
Hi.
Nice. The first time caller, long time listener.
Thank you for calling.
First, I hope, you're feeling better about this, just feeling better now that the day's gone out and you were pretty down bad earlier.
Yeah. I feel good.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand where you're coming from. I mean, it's really hard to watch hypocrisy and just doing the same thing that other creators are doing, like Will, like TB, like the Broken Baker, like Jolene, like all these, you are done nothing different than what all these other creators have done, and yet you're the bad guy and you lie and you do whatever that's so bad.
Yeah.
When every single one of those people have lied, including Turtle Boy.
Yes.
And a lot. He's lied a lot about a lot of things. So I just find it very odd that I don't find it odd. I know what it comes from. They just hate women. They're beta males and they just hate women.
Yeah.
Because you know how they're not going after BX.
Right.
Like none of them has mentioned BX.
Right.
So why wouldn't they mention him? I mean,
I'm not on X. I'm not on X right now. So you're saying that there isn't really any pushback on him online?
No, not on there. No, there's not really any.
Okay.
And then, the other day when, what's his face? Kazi G got on his thing. He said, well, who contacted you about it? Well, I feel like that's projection because who contacted Jolene? Where the fuck did she come from?
I feel there was some connection there. If I'm correct, she had covered something regarding, she did cover Aiden's restraining order hearing because she actually played my testimony on her show. Somebody had linked me to it and I went back and listened. She had nice things to say about me, about like my testimony in Aiden's, trial with, not trial, but the hearing with Meredith. So he's been on her radar. I think the connection from what I've gathered is Jimmy. It's possible that Jimmy turned her on to it. Jimmy and I aren't really in a good place. You know what I mean? So maybe that started from there, but I agree. I mean, listen, when you're on the internet, right? Unfortunately, anybody can pick up your shit, and in the absence of like other content that they either work on, focus on, or is of more interest or generates more money, this will be it. And you can see, like, I obviously look and pay attention. There's more views than usual for some of these streams that they do. And then that is a motivator for anybody. You know what I mean? Like for me too, you know, talking about things not related to like the articles that I write, that got more views. You know what I mean? So like, I also am motivated by what is interesting, which ultimately leads to more views, which ultimately leads to more money. They will all not talk about that. That's fine. But nobody is out here, you know, making fun of me drinking pistachio lattes, like for the greater good. You know what I mean? Like they're not making a change to society. So it's a good, you know, stream of people coming in, and also new followers, you know what I mean? That will be there and maybe stick around and stay. And so from a business perspective, it's great. You know, it feels suffocating, but I do agree with a lot of the sentiment about Aiden. I think that is when things really skyrocketed and changed, is once he came and we did that exit interview, everything really kind of changed.
I long before this, I started not, you know, watching his shows as much, and he is really, you could just tell, and this is not like a slight at him, because I really feel like he needs to seek out mental health counseling. Like he needs to, if anybody needs to take a break, Aiden Carney needs to take a break. He is, you could just tell it on his body, the way his face looks, you know, he really is struggling. And that's why I don't understand why he came so hard against you. I just, like, it's like almost, it just doesn't, I mean, I guess it's on par for what he's normally done to people, because he just, I don't know, but he is struggling, because at the end of the day, what is he going to do once this is all over?
Right.
You know, because he hasn't written an article in a while. I guess he did just write one. I don't know about the whole Michael Proctor stuff. But at the end of the day, a lot of his stuff is just from tips. You know, he's not going out, you know. And understandably, I get it. He's got a case on him, and he's working on that. And
he's very consumed with all of that. I think I mentioned it to him one time, like when stuff was going on with Meredith. I think I said, like, you know, why don't you get back to your roots, you know? And he was like, I can't focus on anything else. I'm fighting for my life out here. I've got all this stuff going on, and he can't go back to that. There's something about the way that you're talking makes me want to do what I did with Karen Reed, which is when I came out and said everything about Karen, right? And it kind of like was all of the stuff nobody was really saying about her, right? Like at that time, you know, I felt everybody was feeling that Karen owed Aiden an interview, right? And that it changed the dynamic of everything. And I remember the day I did that live stream, there was a lot of people that were like, you know, that is how I have felt. I just didn't want to say it, right? And I still think it was right to do that. But I feel like I didn't want to hurt Karen by saying that. You know what I mean? I just wanted to say, like, unspoken what everybody hadn't said. And I'm feeling, by the way you're talking, just in those few things you said, it's making me want to do that in regards to Aiden. I want to say those unspoken things that everybody wants to talk about and say, and just say it for like everybody who's feeling it. But I feel like nobody can say it.
Because of the attacks, you know,
yes.
Like, you know, they talk about the bunnies being attackers, but the turtle riders are fucking vicious. Excuse my French.
Oh, I know.
But they're vicious. I mean, they will hunt you down and find out where you live and pull your parents' divorce records, and like they're nasty too. So, you know, I understand. I don't hate him. I don't even not like him. I just feel really, really bad for him, but not in like he doesn't deserve some of this stuff. I feel like he does deserve some of the stuff coming his way. Not that he needs to be arrested. That's not what I'm saying.
Right.
But I feel like he brings on a lot of his issues on himself, and he just really, really needs help. And along with the Karen thing, I 100% agree that Karen owes Turtle Boy still
a
thank you, public
thank you. I agree.
But at the same time, I also understand how he has made things worse for her.
Yeah.
And even look at what just happened.
Yeah.
You know, both talking about, you know, putting in sanctions and stuff, even though, you know, I don't think it will happen.
Right.
And it was an extreme thing. But still, like, he just doesn't think that what he does affects anybody else. But like, it affects him too. And I don't understand how he could just attack you over the same thing that he does. I mean, like, that's what my problem is. I don't really care either way what you say, you know, because I'm a stay-at-home mom. I'm gonna go back in here and fix lunch for my boys, and we're gonna go play in the pool. You know,
Yep.
like, that doesn't affect my day.
Right. Right.
But I just I feel real bad for him. I hope he gets the help that he needs. He's just, you know, I don't know. I unfollowed him. I used to follow Will because I do think that people can change and that people make mistakes, you know,
Yeah.
with the child abuse stuff. And
Yeah.
I 100% believe that he could change. But also, I saw a visceral hate for you that really just turned me off of him. I could have, you know, he's a bum. Like, no offense to anybody that struggled with like homelessness and stuff, but
Right.
And he's just like a perpetual bum, even though he's got that bum mentality. I don't know how else to explain it. I grew up with him. I didn't grow up in a nice way. Like, I very similar to some of the things, except it was my mom, you know,
Yeah.
that you go through,
Yeah.
or that you went through, not go, but went through.
Yeah.
And I just recognized those people that I had to be around for a while. And he's just very insecure. And it's funny how he hasn't really been on the internet except to attack you every once in a while.
Yeah.
But he won't say anything about BX still.
Well,
You know?
I want to go back to the point that you just said about like the child abuse allegations and people change or whatever. You know, I haven't said this, but I listened to his interview, whoever we was talking to about it. And he was like, you know, something happened. I did put my hands on. I don't want to put my family business out there, but you know, I actually thought about this. What could have happened where he could have done that, right? And he would have had to have physically intervened. And I think there's probably several scenarios that could have happened that he doesn't want to talk about. Now, I have no knowledge of this. I'm just saying, but like, let's just hypothetically say, what if there was so this was a male child. What if there was a female in the house and he did something inappropriate, right? Would that
Right.
cause Will to put his hands on his son? It could, right? So we don't know any of the details. We do have to take his
Correct.
word for it that something happened. And I know there were a lot of people that were like saying he put his hands. Now, I've been in many scenarios with my children through the years where something angered me. You know, I in particular remember one day where Julia was insisting on driving and it was a snowstorm out and we're like, you're not going. And she's like, I'm going to go live with my dad. And we were arguing with each other. Right. And she was very out of control that day. I mean, she was 16 and, it was like, we've never gotten to a fight before. And she said like something really terrible. I would have never touched her. You know what I mean? Like, so I think
Right.
about it and I'm going outside the realm of regular parenting perils, what could have happened? And perhaps something did that justified it. He admitted to it. He said he did it after somebody exposed it, but he's saying something happened. So I think we have to take his word that perhaps the scenario was out of control and it warranted him. What if that child put his hands on Will's wife at the time? Or, you know what I mean? And got physically violent with the mother. Would Will have
Right.
stepped in? Is that plausible? I think that is also plausible.
Yeah.
So
And I'm a boy mom, and I have a teenager, and I have two preteens, and they get ballsy. They blow up to me sometimes. And my husband never. We don't. You know, when they were really young, we spanked, but I don't spank anymore. I just found that that's not an effective way to.
Right.
But that was how I was taught that you're supposed to treat children, and that's not correct. And I grew and I learned, and that's why I say I can see that, and I can also see that situation because my kids get get crazy and want to blow up to me sometimes, and my husband,
Yeah.
you know, never violence. He never puts his hands on them, but
Right.
he has to blow up right back to them,
Right.
you know.
So yeah, I think
And,
there could be any type of scenario. Now, if in the absence of that, right, and him not talking about it, it lets imaginations run wild or whatever. I'm currently dealing with that. In the absence
Right.
of proof that I didn't swat, people are going to say we think she swatted, right, or whatever. So,
Yeah.
or in the absence of this thing with the veterans thing, people can say what they want. So I get it. My thing with Will is, and to your point, I wanted to mention, you said like this visceral hate towards me. I also found that to be extremely intense, and I'm just not
Yeah.
sure where or why that it exists. Our interactions have always been very limited and also pleasant. I mean, I have pictures with him. I have him hugging me and kissing me at the Wilbur. Like it was never, you know what I mean? So I don't know
I think
the
it's the
answer.
recording. I think he really feels like you threw him under the bus.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
feel like you threw him under the bus. I think the recording was all fucked up, which, by the way, he's placing the blame on you when he should be placing the blame on Aiden for putting him
Of course.
in that situation to begin with.
Of course.
And that's the problem. It's all
But when
know,
when you pivot to that and you say it's Aiden's fault, Aiden will pivot to that and say it was Meredith's fault. And that
But he knew she was in his phone. That's what pisses me off about that situation still. He knew she was in his phone, but he wants to play dumb and coy like he didn't know. He was still talking to her. He was still talking to her. That's ridiculous. Like, I mean, I get it.
I
You know,
agree.
people get abused. But at the same time, to what extent? Like, he knew she was doing this, and he still was talking to her, still not changing not changing passwords, not getting out of things, starting all over. Because you know, if he deleted his Facebook right now, everybody would be right back at it if he created another one.
Right. I agree with that. I also know that he knew she was still in there. You know what I mean? Whether he thought to go back and protect it or whatever, but I agree with you on that. And again, I mean, it's one of those things where it's just like, okay, like he did it, but like it was never meant for the public. And then Meredith taking it and putting it out there. So really, is it not Meredith's fault? I don't know.
It's Meredith's fault that it got out there. I mean, she is no victim in this, by the way. I do not feel Meredith is any kind of victim of Turtle Boy.
Right.
Because she was doing this she was doing that kind of stuff long before he even talked about her.
Right.
Like before we even knew
Of course, who she was. Right.
Right. So, like, not to give her any excuses, but, you know, that the night, like, he's very naive. I don't know if you can pick that up on Turtle Boy, but he is so naive.
I do believe that Aiden by default sees the best in people. I do. I really do. I also think like many times, time and time again, I would be like, he just doesn't get it with Meredith. You know what I mean? But there's also another side to that. If he needs to have an allegiance or an alliance with someone, previous experiences with that person don't matter. If there is a need in the moment, for example, Lindsay, you know, or Grant, you know, like these people have they have done what I believe to be just the worst of things. Yes. And the only, you know, thing that makes it work in my brain is that he needs them for something. And so he's willing to publicly overlook these things. I don't know how often he gets in touch with himself alone, away from the phones, away from the internet, and thinks in his head. But what Lindsay Gattani did to him in conjunction with Ken Mello and these people is one of the worst things in the world. He missed his children's lives for 60 days. The jail itself isn't an issue. It's about the time lost and, you know, talk about the mental health and all of those things, but
his mother was dying.
All of those things. I mean, I could never forgive these people. And perhaps, you know, Lindsay, and also having known a lot about Lindsay's past by reading all of those documents, I've always maintained Lindsay needs a healthy relationship, somebody absolutely to love her. And I think that would heal her, right? Because there's obviously issues with men that cause her to feel certain ways. And I actually wish for Lindsay to like find that happiness somewhere. I really do. And perhaps her being so upset with him about the breakup motivated her to do those things. It's still just something that you can't forgive. You know what I mean? I just wouldn't, I wouldn't.
No, it's just the talk. Like, I grew up with girls that are constantly in toxic relationships and are toxic in those relationships. And I do believe that somebody could fix her. And I know that sounds like it's a cliche, but
and
I
it's
do
like
believe
not
that
our
there's a
business
man out
also,
there.
right? But like she's out here in the public arena. She was Aiden's girlfriend, like, you know, and she's obviously a big part of his case or whatever. Yeah. I mean, I think we have the right to give a little bit of a public opinion about it. I see glimmers of like really good in Lindsay. Especially some of her posts are wonderful. They're very funny. I just think the scenario and the stuff that she's had to deal with all these years, especially with some of the men in her life, it's very unfortunate. That's why I feel like a relationship would really kind of be the best thing to, you know, help her move on. I guess she can't feel good about the stuff with Aiden either. You know what I mean? Like, so
she must feel like a pawn, but you know what I'm saying? Like because that's exactly what she was. She was just a pawn in the game, and her anger led her to be that pawn.
Yeah.
But, you know, they did, I guess, settle the lawsuit between them. So I'm assuming there was some agreement, you know.
Yeah.
But, you know, I hope that I don't hope the worst for her because she's still got kids as a mother. I don't want her to struggle or whatever.
Right.
Because that means the kids struggle.
Right. I agree.
So
I mean, listen, there's some things
that
that, you know, side note about like Lindsay, that audio that Aiden recorded in the middle of the night and you hear the kids and she's waking up the kids. And I mean, that's just, you know, that's selfish.
That's
you know
what
I
I
mean?
grew up in.
Yeah.
I mean, my mom went, you know, I grew up in fighting and physical fights between my parents, you know. I won't say my dad was abusive to my mom as much as my mom was abusive to my dad. I mean, my parents would have fist fights.
Right.
You know, and I just, I would never, like my kids are like, my husband and I are so good. Like if we do get in an argument, my middle son, who's my angel son, will say, Mom, are you getting divorced? Because he just thinks that arguments mean divorce.
Right.
Like, no, like we don't even yell at each other.
Right.
Like,
it's hard. It's hard. I mean, I think though, like you have to, for me, you inherently have to put your children over yourself almost in every situation. I don't know if it's easy to do all the time. I'm sure if we sat my kids down at a table, they'll probably remember an argument between me and their dads at some point, you know, and it sticks out to them. But overall, I mean, I can tell you what, like that part of that audio where we heard that was the biggest takeaway for me. I'm not sure I remember much else from that. I just remember it being in the middle of the night and these kids. And I was just like, just get this. I mean, you know, Aiden was like, I didn't want to leave with the kids and all this stuff like that. I would have just been like, get the fuck away from this. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's emotional manipulation.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
That's what emotional manipulation looks like.
But I've ignored the potential or possibility that he could have been responsible for that. I'm always felt that what these women have done has just been so egregious to him that it just never could be possibly that he was really to blame for it all. Obviously, I look at things very differently now.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Just my own experience. And people are giving me a hard time about it or whatever and saying like I ignored some stuff. I'm just saying like I saw the good until I didn't see the good. And then I don't see the good anymore, you know?
I think, like I said, I do think he brings a lot of these issues on himself, and he wears that, well, I'm not a good boyfriend as like a badge of honor. Like that's not really a badge of honor. I don't know if anybody's told him that, but that is mistreating women, because I'm not saying that he hasn't been mistreated, but he gives it as much as he takes it, you know.
I think there is a better way to do it.
Correct.
And, you know, you're saying that about like, just made me think about me. Like I always say, well, I didn't know, it was my first time and stuff like that. with anything, you know what I mean? Whatever these things that I fucked up or whatever, you know, I guess the standard should be, you've got to fix it. You've got to change the behaviors. You've got to learn from it. And has he done that? You know, after all these years, has he changed? Is there another way to do what he does without catching a case, so to speak? Is there a way to do all of this investigative journalism, this guerrilla journalism? Is there a way to do this without the other pieces that ultimately lend him in court? And I don't know, is there an example of that anywhere out there? I don't know if there is. Like, who is it? You know, I think about, like, I don't know, like, is there anybody else that has been able to do it without landing in hot water? I don't know if there's an answer. I don't think so.
I usually those people, I mean, there's, you know, that one, I forget his name, the one that they're trying to pass a bill in California. What's his name? They exposed all the daycares in Minnesota. I don't forget his name.
Yeah.
But, you know, they're passing a whole bill with his name on it, and or trying to in California.
Right.
You know, so it does happen.
Yeah.
But at the same time, there's like, that's where it comes back to the hypocrisy for me, is where you do the same thing. I'm not saying you're as mean as him, because he can be very mean and hateful, including to his audience. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not mean and hateful, you know, but I and then also, I just don't think I think he gets tips, and I think eventually it's just going to dry up. He's either going to have to change, or it's just all going to dry up, because nobody can trust him that are, you know, people, because people got in his phone.
Yeah.
Nobody can trust him on that end. Nobody can trust him that they won't say his name, i.e. Lucky.
Yep.
You know, and that's eventually going to bite him in the butt. Do I think this wasn't a setup? Hell no. I think the Massachusetts state police have been wanting them gone.
Right.
I think that two things can be, you know, and every chance they get, they just look at, and that's another thing. They get mad at you for out of context clips, but they put fucking Aiden in jail for out of context clips.
Right.
How the fuck?
Right.
How does he do that? Like, he doesn't listen to your show, but all you do is talk shit. Well, how do you know if you don't listen to a show? Because the first, 30, 45 minutes, we were talking about Georgia this morning.
Right.
Or we were talking about other stuff besides this morning.
Right. I don't know if I can let myself go on this issue. Obviously, I think people who listen every day can see I'm holding back on this. I really wanted to get into it more, but I don't know if now's the time. I feel after trial might be better. And then maybe even then I'll feel differently. But I think if you know me enough from listening, I have 1,000 things I want to say and dissect about what has happened. You know what I mean? I have 1,000 points of hypocrisy, whether it was public things people knew or things that happened behind the scenes, that I'd like to be able to share with people and say, you know, what's really getting me here, right? Is this and this and this, after knowing this and this and this. And I actually have a very solid theory on why this happened. And I think it will come out in time, but not just yet. So in the meantime, we're just going to try to, you know, I understand. I notice a lot of people want to call and say these things. I notice in the Bestieverse group chat, people want to go and say anti-Aiden stuff. Well, first of all, there's a lot of anti-Jessica stuff happening too, right? So I think that's fine. But as long as I'm not going to go on my valid truth journey about this, and he's also not, I think we're just holding the line and trying to exist in this space. But I don't know if it's always going to be like that. I'm not sure. I'm really willing to let it go. I feel it's so egregious what he's done to me.
I agree.
And
for no reason, in my opinion. No reason.
The reason is, there is a reason.
I think there's a reason too. I think there was underlying issues because he had been snarky about you, and he's you know, it's just like Will has said things prior to even coming out, but he has been snarky towards you, and he amps up to, for lack of better words, take somebody down. It's a slow burn. We'll start to say something negative about that person, and he'll slowly, not every show, he'll go like every couple shows and he'll say something negative,
Right.
and then he has this full-on meltdown about it, and that's like, and Will did the same thing, and
Yeah.
it's just like, because that's what he always does.
Yeah.
But
In
I
my
do think that-
opinion, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
no, I just think that if you do that, I would suggest it being very well right now, not to have a script or anything,
Right.
but line by line by line. It can't be off the cuff, and it can't come off as angry. You know what I'm saying? Because then that's what they'll use to attack you as, oh, there's TBDS, when that's not really the case.
No, it's not. I mean, listen, Jen Altman wants him to go to jail, right? Has publicly stated he will go to jail. He deserves to be in jail. If you can't separate facts from feelings, right, then that is true Turtle Boy derangement syndrome. So the facts are he was set up, right? And he doesn't deserve to be in jail. And his tactics of approaching witnesses are no different than 10 Daniels going and knocking on a door, right? It's just getting exploited because of who he is. So if you can't separate facts from feeling, then that qualifies you for Turtle Boy derangement syndrome. However, I don't think that should exclude somebody like me, especially, from being able to say, there is a reason why I think this is happening. And to be quite honest with you, and I don't care if it gets taken the wrong way or out of context, and it just needs to be said, I considered myself to be threatening to him. I don't consider myself to be a threat, but I consider him to observe me as a threat. I was gaining a following. I have loyal listeners. There's so many times in those comment sections, which, by the way, I never subscribed to it, where people were saying, you know, Turtle Boy and Bunny, right? So similar, just as like the female Turtle Boy, and all of these things, right? Were leading up to, I think, him recognizing, in the absence of his work or whatever, that I could end up overtaking him. And I know that's not rational, and I don't ever consider myself to be in that scope of things. But I think there were things that were said that I heard, and other things that made me feel like he was waking up to what was going on over here. I don't think he pays attention. I don't think he listens. I don't think he was watching. But while he's busy out here doing what he's doing, there's somebody out here that was likable, that had followers, that had bunnies instead of turtle riders, and things were starting to build and get up. And I think there was an executive decision made to try to just kind of take that down. And I don't know if he'll ever admit to that, but I don't know. Yeah. That's part of my feeling.
He has in the past worked like that behind the scenes to do things like that, i.e. the Flipperhead video.
I mean, he's masterful. His bag of tricks is masterful. I mean, he can think of, and by the way, sometimes envious, like he can really figure out a way to get out of a situation or something. And also, you know, what is important to him and how he can like kind of shift things. I don't know how to do it. And I think it takes a little bit of like not having heart to be that way. You know what I mean? Yeah. But like, you know, it's very unfortunate. I'm a team player. I would have worked alongside of him. I'm not sitting and waiting for Aiden to go to jail so I could take over in the space where he's not around. I have a very different style, a different platform. I do things very differently. And so I don't know what was going on here. You know, I really don't, but I think some of that has something to do with it.
I agree with you, and I've been thinking about that for a long time, but then he doesn't watch your show, so he doesn't know what you're about, but he does watch your show because he says all you do is talk shit, so who knows?
I don't know.
I just want to say I appreciate you.
Thank you. The chat is saying this has been a great conversation. They're being really receptive to it. I mean, I know they tell me I should do 5-minute phone calls, and this has been a half hour, but I think you brought up some really good points, and it was good to have some back and forth with you.
Well, I do love you, not in a weird way where I'm going to stalk you or anything, but I do love you. I appreciate you. My kids sing the morning show.
Thank you.
Because I'll have you playing in the background.
Thanks.
I will say I'm a veteran, so Valhalla, you can get fucked. You don't speak for all veterans, and leave those veterans alone. Stop fucking drawing this shit out. My husband's a veteran. My brother's a veteran. I am a disabled veteran. I was hurt. So you can get fucked. That's, signed to Tay. And also, Arkansas Bestie, I hope your titties get better.
Thanks for your service, Bestie. We appreciate you. And this call, it was a really, really great call.
I agree.
Have fun with
Bye.
your babies today.
Will do.
Bye.
Bye.
Really great call. These calls always turn into something else. Essentially, you're a co-host at this point. If you talk for more than 30 minutes, thank you for being a co-host on my show today. Great call. Great call. Let's take this one. We have another call coming in. Let's answer this one. Hi, Bestie. Thanks for holding.
Hi, this is Lisa.
Hi,
I'm the
Lisa.
one who
Good
called-
morning.
Good morning. I'm the one who called in at Kane's funeral, but I like him now.
We all do, I
So-
think.
I love you. I can't believe all the stuff happening, but I just wanted to call. I was going to watch on replay because I missed this morning, so I don't know what all the stuff that went on, but I've been wanting to call because I can't take it anymore with, I don't know if you went over this, but the whole Haitian lie, I can't take it anymore. And I have, I feel like I can speak on this because two things. One, I worked at the warehouse near you for 2 years.
Oh,
Two, I'm from Brockton.
okay.
Okay, which has the highest number of patients, Jolene. And that has nothing to do with skin color. I just can't take how everything she says is just like, oh, and the migrants the Haitians. I'm so sick of this lie, okay? It has nothing to do with the fact that they're Haitian. It's when Biden opened the border, like the main migrants that came to Massachusetts happened to be Haitian. Brockton has a ton of Haitian. That's probably different migrants went to different places.
Yes, it was certainly by
Overnight.
design that the
Exactly.
majority of the migrants that were brought here were Haitian because we already had a substantial Haitian community.
Exactly. And so that's why it's so annoying when they're like, oh, but if they're Haitian, it's like, no, it's because, and I worked there, and when I got the job, it was at the hotel where they are set up.
Really?
And it was a known thing that they either they had the licenses from family members and they did not know how to drive, and it was a known thing. Like, we would go through the parking lot and we would not go near the driver's parking lot because it was a known thing there. There was a huge divide between the Haitian Americans and the migrants. And they would say, oh, freaking Haitians, get it to the Haitian migrants. Are they racist too, Jolene? No. When I would go back to Brockton, constantly, that's everybody I knew who was Haitian, they would say the same thing. So it's like, are they racist too? No. We're talking about the fact that tens of thousands of people who weren't driving, who can't speak English, were plopped into a community overnight in the dark, behind everyone's backs, where so many people don't even understand what happened. The way they did, that's not how immigration works. We're not against immigration. And the main person who's against illegal immigration more than anybody are legal immigrants.
Correct.
Because they did it the right way.
Right.
So at the warehouse, it was I said, 2 years. It was a known thing. And when I would be training people who just got there and they couldn't speak English, I would go to this guy who I loved, and he's Haitian American, and he had such an attitude. And I asked him, and I realized, okay, there's such a divide, because he's like, I did it the fucking right way.
Right.
Why should I?
Right.
And they knew they were in the hotels. And the other thing, I'm so glad you went over those stats, because CBS put out an article that it was $64 a day.
No.
That we were giving them in food. Exactly, which that alone is bad.
Right.
No.
Right.
And so there's Jolene again, she's just against migrants. It's no, Jolene, you're living in California, the place where, they did the whole CDL thing, where all these migrants can't drive. And
Right.
that's what, she probably voted for freaking Newsom.
Right.
This moron
Right.
going off on you.
Right.
And I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of the ignorance and her saying all the stuff about you. And it's just not the case. It's like, it's people like you are the reason they get away with this shit.
Right.
Because they just have all these little, it's all the middle-aged liberals, which I can say that because I was one. And then I woke up.
Right.
When I told everybody about what was going on with the hotels and they're in hotels, like they're in, and they're for 2 years, they're doing this, they're doing that. So many people I got to vote for Trump, and I did too. Yeah, I'm not happy with things going now. Agree, we're not going to get into that. But like, because they had no clue that how much they were getting.
Right.
The free cell phones, the free hotels, and licenses.
Oh, it was, I mean, that was the issue here, is that the mainstream media would never really, share what these packages were like and what was happening. And there was no way to find that out unless you actually went to the hotels and you started really what I did, which was showing up and just asking questions, asking anybody that you saw any question that you could think of. And I went to these hotels dozens of times, right? And just trying to get any bit of information. But when you find out that these people were being flown here, and then moved into a hotel, given clothing automatically, toys, food, and everything. And then the next day, so now they're in a shelter. They get to live there for 2 months in a hotel room for free with not paying anything. And then the day after you arrive, someone comes in, they vaccinate you and your children, they set you up with health insurance. And now you need to go to the hospital, you need to go to a dentist, we're going to set you up with someone right away, right? So you're getting health care day one. Then that person leaves and the next person comes in from transitional assistance, and they're going to give you cards that have cash and food stamps on them. They didn't even know how to use these cards, and money was being loaded onto it. By the way, they're getting money for food through the food stamp program, more than what the regular person does get as in Massachusetts. And all that time getting provided 3 meals a day from the state and eating food that was delivered there. On top of that, caller, they were getting transportation anywhere they wanted to go. Just go down to the front desk and call an Uber. They would get an Uber for them, transportation, or would give them prepaid cards to pay for the Ubers and it didn't matter where they wanted to go. You want to go to the mall? You want to go to a friend's house to a movie? Doesn't matter. You want to go to Walmart? They got you. They were getting their laundry washed, dry, and folded.
I was just going to say the laundry and daycare too, I think.
Daycare to wherever your children, transportation to and from school, no laundry facilities in hotels. They would put their laundry outside their door. Some service would pick it up, wash it, dry it, fold it, and drop it back off. On top of free heat, free cell phones, free internet, everything for free. And then on top of that, we're allowed to work, and that income not count towards those monies that they were receiving. So for 2 years, getting to take a paycheck from a company that came in like Amazon and said, come work for us, all the benefits, all of the things, and still get all that free stuff for 2 years. And we haven't even talked about what happens when the shelters closed and where they went after that. So Jolene doesn't understand what was happening. And you are 100% right, caller. The reason why, and the number one reason why, when I went out on the streets and started asking people in Fall River why they voted for Trump, is because they themselves are poor. And they were tired of struggling and watching migrants get everything for free.
Yep. Shame, exactly. And I called when this was all happening because my mother was, at the time, she passed away, but at the time she was like, she didn't know. She was watching MSNBC, and I was like, no, Mom. I was like, I called. A single citizen in Mass gets $280 a month. I think it was $280. I don't think it was $380. I think it was $280 a month. And at the time, I thought it was $64 a day, which is $19.20 a month.
Right.
But what? So I told everybody in Massachusetts. I got so many people to vote for Trump because they had no idea. The fact that this goes on, and like you said, it's just like the mainstream media, and it's just a big how they're able to get away with it with people not knowing right underneath their nose what's going on.
Right.
We're not against immigration. We're against. This is the first time we ever rolled out a red carpet and incentivized.
Right.
That's unprecedented. We incentivize people to come, paid for them to come, and
Yep.
you've even said paid for lawyers, paid for everything. That's never happened in the history of this country, Jolene.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I can't stand it. And people online, oh, the racism. I can't stand Will, you have no clue. And then Mel from like the Rebecca show, oh, it's the way she's just so easily so racist or something like that. No. Don't you live in Massachusetts, Mel? But you don't have a clue what's going on.
Well, we
Republicans
even
vote
talked
for
about,
Hillary.
I think I wrote a feature story about a woman who was in a shelter and being forced to leave and she couldn't find housing, right? And then,
with Casey?
and then I was going to say, I had someone else that I talked to, but then we're talking about Casey. Here is a mom who is obviously going through it, right? She's in recovery. She's done everything right. If Casey could get 2 years of what the Haitian migrants in Massachusetts got, it would change her life. And currently right now, and I don't want to talk too much about her life or whatever, but currently her situation is so hard. It's impacting her mental health. And these people never had to go through that stress. They were catered to and taken care of. And it's so unfortunate and sad. Listen, in a perfect world, right, caller, everybody who's here would get all of those things, including the migrants. Fine, give them that too. But give it to the single mom, give it to the veteran, give it to the baby daddies who are living in studio apartments that are paying child support off. Like, give it to everybody then. Don't go and elevate these people and let them break the rules and get all the shit for free. And by the way, then start off in our society thinking that everything is just fucking given to them. You know what I mean? It's crazy. It's crazy.
And I'm so glad. I was like, you know what? Everybody's going over your streams. Well, then go over these stats, okay? People are going over your streams. I was like, no, I'm calling in.
Good for you.
I was just like, enough is enough. And like, and then the other thing, just one other thing is like, what they don't understand is, so they got that for 2 years. And you know what Healy's doing in Massachusetts? All the people going off on Mel and all them, $30,000 for a house. Well, you know, Casey could use that. Anyone in need could use that. So exactly, we're not. I mean, we're not saying it's like you don't have like one group of people that you do that and not citizens, and we have vets sleeping on the street.
Right.
And I'm just so
well, the ramifications of that and the ripple effect is years and years and years. Like, for example, I don't want to do it right now because it's a little too data driven, but there are a bunch of programs in our line item for the Massachusetts state budget that have quadrupled, right? Because now we have taken on a whole new demographic of people, and you see this number now, not just the one time or say 2 years worth of assistance, but now years and years, right, of added strain on the systems that we currently have. It's extraordinary. We'll keep going. And you're right. We didn't talk about this. And the reason for it, and we don't talk about it enough, is because it's very hard to get the accurate information. When these people were in the shelters, we had whistleblowers like John Featherston, who were inside running these shelters and who gave us inside information, right? And thankfully, he was able to talk to us about, he knows exactly how much money these people were getting on their food stamp card, right? So we finally saw it. But once these people left the shelters and were pushed into private housing, gone is the access to this. And when you put in public records requests, they don't come, they delay everything. They tell you you're asking the wrong questions. So we don't know exactly what happened, but how do people who come here with nothing parlay into $2,000 apartments, right? By making $18 at Amazon. The math doesn't math.
Exactly. And it's all secret. Exactly. And
Yeah.
It's like the New York Post just put out an article that it's 30% more for housing costs. The article just came out.
Right.
It's like enough is enough. Like I'm sick of the thing with you. We're talking about what happened with the migrants.
Right.
So, and that's journalism. Thank you. And these
Thanks.
people out here, oh, she doesn't make it's coffee. So what if like when you started your show, I feel like organically it became like a bit of a reality show. Like separate. We're Gen X. We grew up like with reality. It's like, and also it's like finally, like men always have all their shows, the sports, whatever. Finally, Gen X women have a voice, and you're gonna make fun of it now. Oh, menopausal women, and also like fuck you. You guys are just as old as us. If you were men, you'd be menopausal.
Right.
Like go fuck yourself. Like it's unbelievable to me. And it's like, oh, you can run around and get coffee. Of course you can. do both. Like,
Right.
TV had sex cult or whatever. I get why he named it that. I understand that whole joke. But
Yep.
it's like they do silly shit too.
Right.
And they do serious stuff.
Right.
Why can't you?
Right.
I'm so sick of this pylon. I'm just like, I'm so proud of you for just,
Your
I've been
call
up
has
there
given
and
me life though. Like I'm gonna like need it on like replay and
oh my
clip
God.
it.
I'm out there on X, like going about you all the time. I'm so sick of it. It's just so wrong. And
I did mention too, and it wasn't me that kind of saw it, but one of my followers had messaged me in an email and talked about, are you not recognizing that the people who are the most outspoken against you are actually liberal Democrats? You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
Jolene,
that's why I was like,
Mel, Rebecca, a lot of these people, like that Melissa Costa online, a lot of these people, it's rooted in my politics and I can get
Yeah.
it. Yeah.
and I thought that too. And I can say that because I see it because I was one. At least I woke up 10 years ago when Jolene sits there and it's like, oh, she's this, she's that. It's like, bitch, you're almost 50 and you don't know what the hell's going on
Yeah.
anymore. You don't at all. Like
Yeah.
you still believe this lie. Like I'm so sick of it. It's
There's
just
also like a like this narrative out there that Republicans can't be sympathetic or
Exactly.
can't ever
I'm
be
sick of
on
that lie.
transitional assistance or
Yep.
can't get support, or that's not the
Yep.
case at all. It's just I don't even know if I'm a traditional Republican because I've talked about this before, but like I'm pro-choice as a Republican, right? Which
Yeah.
goes against every far right conservative out there. I've lost a lot of support from people who are like, you're a hypocrite, but like I'm different than a lot of people. And I think there's a lot of people who are in the middle like that too. I'm not sure if we're really Republicans. But
Right.
common sense kind of should be the thing that takes control. You know what I mean? And it
If
doesn't.
your country could win, we are the majority are into like we actually. It's more like that. Like it's been how Republicans have gotten such a bad rap, all that.
Yeah.
And I got first time I voted. I didn't vote for Biden in 20, but I voted at all. Like I hated him. But the first time I voted Republican
Yep.
was in 24, and I got so many people too because I gave them the stats.
Yeah.
They have no idea. What do just no idea. The whole country. And
Yes.
this happened throughout the whole country.
Right.
And
Yeah,
so
no, I
just
agree.
wanted
I
to say-
think one time I did a call on WBSM and it was like, I listed all of these accomplishments of the Trump 2016 presidency, right? And there were a tremendous amount of changes that he made for like Black colleges or Black,
Exactly.
right? And those things just never get talked about. And this stuff right here, it comes down to, I just don't know. And maybe people like Mel and Rebecca, right, are focused on, because I know like Mel was talking about LGBT community rights and things like that or whatever. And maybe there is a fight there that needs to be had. And that's what she's focusing on. But take it from someone who is talking all the time to middle-class people living in Massachusetts. They can't afford it anymore. They cannot thrive the way that they should be thriving. This generation, right, is too removed from the people in the Great Depression, right? My grandmother was born in 1923. We're supposed to evolve and move down the line and be better than we were. And are we? Is our generation seeing the same success that our parents did, or we don't, right? I mean, it's very difficult. So it's just suffocating the middle class here. And you have to start looking at these policies of these Democrats who are making names for themselves on the backs of the taxpayers. And then that's why there's a mass exodus to leave, right? We talked about this yesterday. There's a lot of people going, where do we go? You know what I mean? Like there are certainly places where you could go before, but like, let's say Maine, for example, you used to be able to say, well, let's go to Maine. Maine is now like an epicenter for fraud, right?
And I moved here because I couldn't take Massachusetts. I've only been here a year, but exactly. I'm like, oh, great, here too.
Wait, where are you? Where do you live?
I'm way up, like near on the border of Canada.
Oh, you are actually in Maine.
Right wing. Yes. I
Oh.
moved here a year ago. And then I'm like, oh, great, everything's here. Like it's so bad.
Yeah.
It's so bad.
Well, I gotta say, this was a really great call. I appreciate like how candid you are about things. It was really great. Great call. The chat is loving your statements as well.
Oh my God. And one more thing with TB, when he had that New Jersey case, there's a reason why they made the jury watch the entire presentation. because you can't take sped up clips and judge him on it, which is what all of them are doing to you right now. They're taking
Can
sped up
I
clips
text you
out
or
of
call you
context.
when I'm down bad? Yes or no?
By the way, yes, I wanted to this whole time. But I actually listened when you're like, before, like months ago. I've been here from the beginning. I've been here since trial one. I love you. You're just the best. And
Thank you.
You gave Gen X women a voice.
Thank
and
you.
I'm there for you. Yes, please do.
Thank you.
You're the best. And just one more thing.
Yes.
Raw milk.
Let's go. Raw milk.
Is even the best. All
Raw
right.
milk. Thanks, babe.
I love you so much.
Thank you. Have a great, great day. Thanks for this call.
You too. Bye, hon.
Thanks. Inject it in my veins. Give it to me. Just recenters me. Just brings me back down to a place. Jessica, when you are starting to feel the hate, when you are seeing people talk about you and say negative things about you and make fun of your coffee habit, recenter yourself. Think about what's above you. Think about what's deep inside of you. Listen to the callers that call and say how amazing you are and how you're the voice of this generation. Hi. All right. Can we end this? What time is it? It's 12:30. We gotta go. This has been a great show. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thanks for always talking me off the ledge. I do apologize to the Bristol County Veterans Association. I was thinking about this earlier at some point in this. These people are probably like either feeling like, why are you fucking people bothering me? So I feel badly for Kim and anybody that has to deal with everything that's going on. And I think that it sucks, but also nothing like a show to sit here and like feel a different way about everything. You know what I mean? Like, maybe we stop. We made a commitment at the beginning. We're not going to talk about that fucking loser anymore. Let's try. We got to do a wellness check on Jessica Walsh. And how dare you? How fucking dare you? How dare you leave me out here in this foxhole and run back? How dare you? It's fine. I'm fine. We'll just keep plugging along. I suspect, if you would ask me, I suspect that as long as I am here, there will forever be things that I do wrong. So get used to that. But I can't make the same mistake twice. So at a bare minimum, you can hold me accountable for that. I can't make the same mistake twice. Like if we did some sort of like a members only closet giveaway and nobody got their shit, cancel me. Just cancel me. Right? You can't make the same. If another high profile political figure gets murdered and I decide to make myself a sweatshirt and then open it up to everybody and then say I'm going to give the money and then I don't hurry up and get it all together and then I don't show exactly where it went and at what time, then you've got to cancel me. You must cancel me. What else have I done wrong? If I see a friend that I met on the internet out here struggling with a relationship with someone that was very sexual, but then went awry, and I want to jump in and start calling that guy all of these names, stop me, cancel me, don't let me do it. What else have I done wrong? Give me more. What other things have I done wrong? I've done that. Those three. What else? What other things? There's got to be something else. What are the other things that if I am ever played an illegal if I am ever again played an illegal wiretapping call and I am asked to release a different illegal wiretapping call to distract from the other wiretapping call and I do it, cancel me. Okay. Arkansas Bestie, her whole life is soccer now. Somebody, I don't know, one day I was doing investigative journalism and somebody sent me this hat and it had been here because I haven't done a live stream in a long time. And it's not just the hat. It's not just the hat. What other thing? Give me other things that I've done wrong so I can discuss it before I go. I'm so hungry. I just put this in this mouth and it's making I feel like I want to throw up. I haven't eaten anything. What else did I do? Give me something else, please. If at some point in time I am provoked to go and do an exit interview and I ever get the gumption to go on and be evasive and tight with my answers and not willing to engage in a back and forth banter, cancel me. What else did I do wrong? Please give me, I've done something else wrong. Hold on, let me think about this. If I ever go on the internet and against a moderately liked, mediocre online personality, and I tell everybody I got paid by them to go on their show, and then tell everybody about how he was obsessed with about everybody else in this situation and how I didn't like that, cancel me. I got another one. If I am ever asked to go on a show of a person who has tens or hundreds of thousands of followers, like Runkle, and I say, I would only do that if I got paid, cancel me. Have I done anything else wrong? There are more. There are more things. If I am ever asked to go on a legal defense fundraiser and go on for an hour and I bring my A game, and as soon as I'm done, I get off and I do a live stream to talk about how fun it was with my followers who donated $10,000, cancel me. Why not call Jessica Walsh on air? No, we're not going to do that. All right. We didn't read mean tweets in Cartman voice. We'll do one. Hold on. I know there's one out there. Hold on one second. Bestieverse. Oh, it's vicious outside. When is this going to end? Oh my God, it's number 11. Holy shit. Are we going to break the top 10? Holy shit. After the Wilbur is number 64, for crying out loud. Hold on. We had a new song. We haven't even played it. Hold on. Wait, hold on. I wanted to see somebody. I was going to read. I was going to read a mean tweet. Did somebody take it down? There was supposed to be a thread of mean tweets. Look at Amy Redding. She looks so pretty in these pictures. I can't find. Where? Well, before we go, we I don't know who this is. Stand by. Hello. Yes, it is. Hi. Hi. So that was a call from the director of the Veterans Association. I am very glad I'm still on the phone with you, and I'm very glad that we are here to talk about this. The agency has been inundated with calls and requests and complaints. They met as a board to discuss this. They had a uniform policy about not sharing information on donors. They felt that it could discourage people from donating. There's a lot of, he just talked about a bunch of different scenarios on why they wouldn't share that information. So any inquiry about my donation there is not going to be discussed. That is a blanket statement. But with that being said, he said, are you aware that you receive an email from the organization for every one of the donations you made through the portal? And I said, no, I am not. And I started to type in Veterans Association and nothing came up. But which phone did I take it on? He said the email would come from a company called Bloomerang. And I typed it in, and in my spam folder were 5 emails showing my donations to the Veterans Association. And I couldn't believe it. I said, even my screenshots were being disputed. And he said, you would have received an email from them. He didn't know. The board members told him that there is a way that I would get confirmation of it. Wouldn't have to show my bank account or anything. And so there it was. Now, side conversation, a lot of that was being apologetic and sorry for the extra added or whatever. He joked and said that's why he gets paid the big bucks, but he doesn't get paid the big bucks. He did mention about people talking about a $700 number and the discrepancy. When we're done here, we're going to go back and take a look at that. Somehow I came down to the 400. Now, the number I originally gave Kim was 400. Then it went up to 447. So I know that I refunded one order for quality. And I don't know if that was a $50 order or a $110 order, but I refunded somebody for their quality. One order was $100. Another one was a $50 that they didn't get their sweatshirt, but then they ended up getting it. I refunded it anyway. Any issues that I had at the time, I was just quickly refunding. And then like any taxes or fees or my fees I had to pay to Shopify for that and Printful, like my monthly fee, I took that out as well. Somehow that came down. But this guy was basically like, yes, it's been problematic. Yes, we met, but our statement stands is that we're not going to share people. But he was very kind and they were creative to share that there is an option for me to show that I made the donation. And I never saw it because it went to my fucking spam folder. Okay. So there's that. Glad we got that taken away. While I was also on that call, I received an email from the Somerset Police Records. Let's read it. Jessica, Mrs. Machado, the chief has provided all the records you requested via a secure link. The link is only active for 10 business days. We recommend you download and save the footage if you will need for future reference. I'm actually kind of feeling gross and I don't want to click on that, but I will click on it. It's making me download a file. This is the Somerset Police Department for my, the day my husband, I thought was having a heart attack. Got a bunch of receipts coming all at the end of my show. I'm so hungry. I want lunch. I think Valhalla himself is a veteran. And I will say this because I think it's important. And at the end of our call, we were talking about something unrelated because I had published a couple pieces about veterans agencies being scammed. People are very territorial over donations to veterans. I think the way he said it was like, you can make a $10 donation to one thing and nobody looks at it the way they look at a $10 donation to veterans. And so people, including myself, are very crazy about veterans. So I agree with what he was saying. Let me just, maybe if, I don't know, why is this, I'm going to leave this screen and I'm going to get it here. Just hold on one second. I wasn't saying that Valhalla was okay. I'm saying that he's a veteran. That's all I'm saying. Hold on a second. I just want to see it. Give me 1 second. So let me bring up something, the reason why it's taking me so long to log into my email. I received an email notification the other day that something I had was changed. I'm not going to get into it. I actually was just going to tell you it. And I'm like, no, why should I do that? Let's wait. Okay. I just started that download. I don't think I'm going to stick around the whole time. It's just taking a long time to download. Someone just texted me and said, adding my opinion on your callers, a long phone call where the caller is trying to explain their take on a topic is very frustrating to listen to. Long calls when they talk about their personal experiences is not annoying to listen to. That is all. Thank you for that. You need to make a Snatch Donkey song in the vibe of the Beastie Boys Brass Monkey. Take that negative and make it a positive. Thank you. Jess, you are amazing. You are not on X because it's toxic, but you are trying to prove things that they are saying on X. Screw them. Stop trying to prove things that they are saying. This is what they want. There is nothing worse than being accused of something you didn't do. I get it. But even if you show them or prove it, they will find something else. Keep your chin up and being you. There are 1,000 followers every morning that are looking forward to hearing you and not have to prove anything to them. We love you, girl. Thank you. This thing is taking forever, ever. The cyber chick thing is kind of crazy. Just wild. All right, hold on one second. Will it be? It is literally taking forever. It's 1 o'clock. We have been literally on the show for our whole lives. What is this? I got a link. ICE lodges detainer for Haitian illegal alien arrested after a semi-truck crash that killed a Pennsylvania state trooper. Yeah, so the problem here, and it's tough because I have some people that maybe have firsthand knowledge about licenses for illegal migrants that are in Massachusetts. And the information was, I want to tell you these things, but you can't share them because they just don't want to risk any chance of them being found out for giving that kind of information. So, you know, that person's job is far more, but I've known about some things going on at the RMV for a long time. This thing is taking forever. I'm not even sure I want to play it. I would have to download it, listen to it, and see it. I asked for the 911 call and I asked for the body cam footage of people coming to my house that day. So once I get that, maybe we'll do it. 2 things though that we haven't done, right? We're not going to talk about anybody anymore, but that doesn't mean that we can't share songs. It doesn't mean that we can't share songs. We have 3 banger hits out right now.
Come and listen to me, baby. I'm gonna talk all night long about everything so boring and maybe even a song. But don't worry, baby, you won't ever want to miss. No matter what I start with, we always come back to this. It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help
I just laugh every time.
myself. It's always gonna be sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me his stories and I will give you sex. There's a trial on TV, let's pull it on the screen. I see the judge drop the gavel, but what rules is your bad.
I was very proud of that one.
I am a master builder, brick by brick I build them real mean. Everything is awesome, but have I mentioned my specialty? It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. It's always gonna be sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me his stories and I will give you sex. Bread is simple, but I can bake. Nature gives me all the yeast.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Sounds boring, but don't worry. I'm thinking it's time to eat. Muffins aren't even safe. I can sex those up real good. Draw one with fishnets like you, baby.
Hold on a second. I feel that part is lost on people, and I'm very sorry for that. And so we've got to do a little recon on that. And I apologize. We're not going to talk about him anymore. But the part about fishnets, I just want to let you know. Because it needs to be in, you got to know. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. You're like, what do you mean fishnets? He did a coloring stream. So he used to do the candlelight bedtime story stream, but he also used to do coloring streams. And one time he was coloring a cupcake, and the cupcake had eyes and, you know, like whatever. And at the bottom, the cupcake had legs. He drew fishnets on the legs of the cupcake. So that's what that means. So I understand that was on me. I was on me. I understand that's old stuff that nobody would probably see. I'm just going to tell you that he was doing a coloring stream, and on it, I was taken aback by it. He drew fishnets on. It's a deep cut. Exactly. Thank you. Thank you, Publish Rising. Thank you. It's a deep cut. Nobody would know, but I feel like I need to share it with you because you're like, what do you fucking mean? What are you talking about, Jessica? Is she off her rails? I am not off my rails. As you are. I'll find it for you.
You know I glaze real good. It doesn't matter where we start, I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help myself. Sex, 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 sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen doesn't stand a chance. Give me his stories and I will give you sex. You wanna talk about smallpox, but my mind is already there.
Hello.
Sex with my
I'm sorry, Jack. I'm still working.
STD.
I'm sorry. Do you want me to order you? Want me to? I'll make you food.
It doesn't matter where we start,
We're almost at the end.
I will take it there. Forget where this was gonna go, I can't help.
Oh, that's right. Oh, I forgot we had that. Did you read it all?
Sex, sex, sex. Even Hans Christian Andersen
It's fine.
doesn't stand a chance. Give me those stories,
All right, I'm almost done.
and I will give you sex.
The most realistic.
Hold on, I found it. No. Whoa, 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 whoa. No, absolutely not. Go back, Jessica. Go back. Jeez.
Premise of the child is good, but I hate first-person storytelling. Yeah, I like first-person storytelling.
Hold
as
on, sorry.
Audiobooks. I don't like it when I'm reading them. But as audiobooks, I like it. But
I know we are so far away. We can't hold each other now.
Of those, it's Marvel movies are GI as well.
But soon we will be together. I'll find you in the crowd. An ocean apart we are, but not for long, I know. Text me what you're wearing until the Wilbur show. Under the table, I will touch you, finger bang you all stream long. Above the desk, I'm dope boy, but your daddy down below. I'm gonna finger bang you after the Wilbur.
That's what I'm talking about. He painted fishnets on her. On a live stream. Okay, that's it. I just needed to put some context. Now it's 1 o'clock. Now we've had this face going for 3 fucking hours. We got to be done. It's time to go. No more anything. We're done. I feel lighter. I feel better. Also, I'm taking the stance of the fucking other people I'm talking about. We don't give a fuck what people say on the internet. Okay, ready to go? Can we go? We got to go. Fishnets on a muffin. Great questions. I don't know. I don't know. This is who they're trying to is the operative word. Oh, Sphinx. 5 hours. Obnoxious. Have a great day, Bay Harbor Beauty. That is an interesting statement. That's interesting. Good morning. All right, let's end our day. I'm going to go have lunch. Goodbye. I love you all. Thank you. Thanks for a really great day. Let's just keep pushing through here eventually in the third dimension.
Who can send a text message full of hot demands? Pretend he's so strong with the words he sends. The doughboy can. The doughboy can. Who can open up my box using his thick man hands? Thank me for all my gifts in front of all of his friends. The doughboy can. The doughboy can. Who can play pretend online, tell you he's in love, use you up and shut you out right when he's had enough. The doughboy can. The doughboy can. Apologize to him because that's just what he needs. Bow at his feet and beg, no fleshlights please. Who can tell a lie and then a couple more? Paddle his way into your heart. You're just a crazy whore. The doughboy can.